Okay. I don't know that stuff.
I remembered to unmute myself this time, though. I'm proud of myself. And by remembering to unmute, I mean like 10 seconds ago. Looks like we're live. Just wait a moment for people to come in. I've got the stream itself on my phone. Yeah, I always do that to make sure it doesn't die. Just in case. Start up with the 94 soundtrack in a moment when we go live. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Amanda Splatts, and this is the Amanda Splatts Project. And today we are celebrating the history of the King of Fighters, 30th anniversary celebration, KoF Tierlist, Women's Tierlist. And riding shotgun with me tonight is the one and only Cara Malone. Cara, say
hello.
sorry. There's like a delay here. We're using the virtual camera on Discord. You know, Scuff is live, Scuff is love, right? So, Cara, let us know a little bit about yourself, please.
I am Cara Malone. I'm Babaniku. I have some experience in fighting games, but not that much. I mostly have experience in FPSs, but I even though I'm not good at them, I like fighting games. I played a lot of King of Fighters. I played a lot of Soul Calibur, and those were my two games.
Yeah, King of Fighters, when I first heard about it a long time ago, it blew my mind. Like, my original experience with KOF was in an arcade when I was really young, was King of Fighters 97. And it blew my mind because I had no idea. These characters, I played Art of Fighting, I played Fatal Fury, but how are they all in the same game? And you get to choose 3 people at once, it blew my mind. And then they just put them out every single year for the longest time, like sports games. And it's just every year it was something different, man.
Yeah, I was honestly surprised with that because some of it really showed. Some of it legitimately really showed. And
towards the end, by like
had that level of work ethic.
Yeah, towards the end, by like 2000, 2001, you could tell it was getting on them. At that point, they just did numbered 2003 and then XI, XII, etc. And 30 years later, here we are. We got King of Fighters 15. Vice and Mature just released, celebrating the 30th anniversary. Looking forward to more to come. Chat,
Like
let me know if the levels are okay.
That's a good question.
No, I'm asking the chat. I don't think you can hear the background music on your end of the virtual camera.
JP says I'm kind of quiet.
All right, so how would I fix that? I've got. Here we go.
You go into the.
I'm in the volume mixer right now.
Yeah. You just. Oh, you can also boost my volume in Discord as well. So you see the call. You can click on my little name and then boost the volume that way.
Boost your volume that way. All right, hold on.
I am really quiet. Which is which is very, very, very much unlike me.
I don't see the actual call itself. I just see the window up there.
You should this show the user profiles.
Profiles.
You should be able to just click on my little circle thing.
Right.
Let's see.
Oh, there it is. It doesn't show up in full screen. Yeah. I see it. Had to go full screen to see it. That's weird. I have no clue what I'm doing. You'll have to excuse me, man.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
I'll just turn myself down a little bit. That might be faster.
Well, so you still want to boost my audio because if I'm coming in quiet, sound isn't going to help.
Turn off camera.
Just
Share screen. Turn microphone. Disconnect. Show user pro. It says show user profile unavailable.
Really? You should be able to just right click on my profile. Like you see the name right here. It should show me glowing green. Just right click on that profile and it should say user volume. If you want, go to the lower half, the lower left hand half of the little Discord thing that you're doing. And
is the video connected?
Say again.
I just say I tried turning off the noise suppression. Maybe that'll help too. It says, I'll show you a picture of what I'm dealing with. This is fine, though. Everyone's listening to London March right now. Or not London March, but the 94 women's team, which is perfect because we're doing a tier list of the women of King of Fighters. Once we figure out everything. So that's what I'm seeing right now. How would I go ahead and fix that audio?
Okay. Do you see the little the window up here? You see where it says on the bottom left where it says hide chat?
Where?
Go into the window itself, and it should so like hide chat.
Oh, hide chat. All right.
Yeah. Now it should show the two profiles, so me and you. Do you see that? There should be little profiles that are glowing green when they're talking.
I don't see that. It doesn't show that. Let me take another snapshot.
Do you have the two little people saying members?
No, I don't.
Click on that to show members.
This is. Hold on. It just popped it out.
Okay.
Crap. This is what I see now.
Okay, that right there, the two little people. That's what I said. The two little people, right above the share screen. You click that.
The two little people above the shared screen.
It shows the members. Yeah, it says the little members. It shows the little up arrow and the two people. the two little outlets, outlet of the people.
Or what? I now see me with the virtual Kenny, I see you in a big orange box with your face.
Yes. Now right click on my face.
There we go. There we
and
go.
then from there, it will yes, user volume.
Okay. Does Kara sound better now?
There are other ways of doing it, but usually when it's in a call, it's usually at the top.
Right. So I was wondering if it might have had something to do with the with the fact that I'm using video virtual camera or not. But no, that's just the virtual camera is just my straight up profile.
Yeah, the virtual camera shouldn't be affecting it.
Yeah, I've gone ahead and done. Okay, so what is everyone else saying? Car could be, no, that was it. So I went ahead and switch you up from 100 to 200. We should be good. Any other problems? Just let me know.
Hopefully that's good.
Yeah. Hopefully. So that took 12 minutes of my life of never getting back, but now the rest of the stream is going to be spectacular. It's going to be splat-tacular, as we say. So any other problems, everyone, let us know. We're going to go ahead and what I did is I went ahead and set up a tier list beforehand, and I got the official profile pictures of all 40 female characters who are playable in the mainline games of KoF 94 to KoF 15. I did not include a couple of console exclusive bonuses like Hotaru Futaba, but I did include DLC characters for 14 and 15 because that's just kind of the world we're living in right now. So we got 40 characters, and if we got time after all this, we may go ahead and dip into the maximum impact characters as well. I want to thank anyone who's here today from the Fighters Generation. This is the website I used many, many years ago, and I still use regularly, not just for news. But look at all this, man. They have artwork and profiles for, I'd reckon, like, say, maybe over 1,000 different characters. All right there at your fingertips, man. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Now, I don't know how up you are on the storylines of King of Fighters, but there are different eras of the game. What's up?
I don't really pay attention to the story all that much. I used to, and then I just kind of fell off from the stories.
Well, to be honest, a lot of people did fall off during the Ash Crimson saga.
I don't remember when I started tuning out, but it was unless because I also play a lot of like JRPGs. So unless it's like JRPG or just RPG general, like story written wise, I generally don't pay attention to it.
Well, probably Nest. Basically, the anime one that everyone thinks of is the one from 95 through 97, the Orochi saga with the Messenger of God. Then we had Nest Cartel, which was the alien trying to clone people. And then we had the Ash Crimson, though, from the past saga, which was time travel. And now we got the current saga, which is people with glowing hands. But 94 stands on its own. It's kind of a prologue. So the first 4 characters are the 4 iconic characters that were introduced in 94. And we're going to start with Athena Atsumaya. She is a singer.
Okay.
Pop singer. Japanese. She's an NK does this with King of Fighters, for those who aren't familiar with the series. They take characters from other properties, other than their properties, and smush them together in one massive game. That's one of the reasons why they have to do 3-person teams, because they got so many characters and so many franchises. But Athena is probably the most iconic. Fun fact, she is the only character, the only female character who appeared in every single mainline game. I believe there are only 7 characters, period, who appeared in every game, but she's the only female one. Because I believe even Mai took a year off.
I don't remember. I honestly, legitimately don't remember. I do remember Athena because she's in pretty much everything.
Yeah, she's like one of the unofficial mascots. Like, if someone thinks that Maya is gonna be too lewd, they go for Athena. And interestingly enough, she also one of the few characters who has a vocal song in as their stage. I believe it's for '94 or '95. She does sing her own pop song, "Psycho Soldier." So, and you also notice, unlike a lot of fighting game characters, period, her outfit is slightly different every year, which kind of goes towards her being a pop star. Now, personally, I don't like using Athena that much as a character because I find her tools like she's got a lot of tools. She's got the power, she's got the balls, she's got the reflector, but the fact that she's got that shining crystal bit, the kind of a defensive one, I just find it a little weird. But as a character, I really do respect her and all she's done all over the years.
I used her a little bit, but I never really mained her, only because I just didn't find her that good. I think she was about average. Because if I remember correctly, she was like the as Horseplay says in chat, he's like she was the mascot for SNK for a while, but she didn't really pop in the same way that Mai Shiranui did.
Right. I'm just briefly turning on noise suppression. They said this sound like you're underwater. I told you to get out of the fucking pool before we started screaming.
Hello, I am underwater. Someone send help.
So, as far as rating Athena, I've gone ahead and set up the tier list. I got ahead and set up S rank for the best, A, B, C, and D. So if we disagree on a rank, we'll just take the average of the two. Now, I personally would say Athena, for just her longevity alone and what she's meant to the company, I would definitely put her in S tier.
How are we judging it? Are we judging it based on like power, or are we judging like it based off of
just what
how
we
iconic
like?
The character is?
Like how much we like the character. But just get your overall feeling of the character. Like this isn't about like sexuality or anything. It's just 40 was a nice easy number.
If we were doing a Smash or Pass,
no.
All the female characters would be in the Smash category.
I do remind you, I believe a couple of these characters are 16 years old.
It's all fiction anyway. They're all cartoons. It's all good.
But again, as far as how much she's done in the series and how popular she is and her longevity, I'd rank her as an S.
Okay, yeah, I would agree as well, because she is you're gonna recognize Athena, especially in the bikini outfit.
Oh yeah,
she is well known for that.
Yeah, the specialty outfit from SVC Chaos.
Yeah, the bikini armor.
Yeah, the one that was I believe they didn't they just recently re-release it on Steam? SVC Chaos, where she's the one of the secret bosses, her and Reda Reamer.
I don't remember.
Because they did that, and then they're like,
it's been a
I said they did that, and then everyone was wondering like, why would they release SVC Chaos and then not the Capcom versus SNK games? And then just a couple days ago, they announced the Capcom versus SNK part of the collection.
Okay.
Athena is the Greek goddess Athena. Modern Capcom incarnation is an Esper that can power to fight evil. It re-released recently. Hey, Horsepay, thank you for stopping by. I do know you're a fighting fan yourself. You have come to the right place today, my man. Okay, so Kara and I both agree she would be in the S tier now.
Yeah, she is definitely S. Because if we're basing her like on pure combat, I think she's like middle of the road. Because I don't remember her being she never really stood out to me.
She's mostly projectiles.
But if you're looking at like, from iconic, like she's everywhere. I think she had her own pachinko machine. I think she was in pretty much every single game.
She even had her own weird freaking sci-fi game called Athena Awaking from the Ordinary Life. It was kind of screwed up if you ever look up a walkthrough for it.
Okay, I did not know about that.
Well, I'm gonna learn a lot of shit today.
Okay, yeah.
So next up, we stay in '94, and we're gonna look at Yuri Sakazaki. Um, this girl has a very interesting arc. In the original Art of Fighting, starring Ryo Sakazaki, her older brother, and her friend Robert Garcia. She was actually the maiden in distress, kidnapped by Mr. Big, and then guarded by Mr. Karate, who was actually really her father Takuma. So she was just kind of a pawn in the first game, the MacGuffin you have to save. But what happened after that incident? She learned how to fight. She forced her dad to teach her how to fight, and she developed her own style of Kyokugen. So I do really like that arc of her, and how she's just it's kind of this cheerful, bouncy balance out to Robert and Takuma and the rest of them.
What? I can't remember. Wasn't she released before the Street Fighter character, Sakura?
I forget when that was. Oh, in fact, we can actually just use this check.
Yeah, because I remember King of Fighters and Street Fighter had this like back and forth going, where they released similar aesthetic characters.
Right, with Dan.
I can't remember when it was.
Well, Art of Fighting 2 was released on February 2nd, 1994.
And hello, Nicola.
And for Sakura, it was Sakura. Sakura Kasagano. First appearance,
Sakura.
Alpha 2. February 27th, 1996. So it looks like Yuri came first.
Yep. Told you. I may not know a lot about the story, but I do know a lot about who came first.
Yeah.
Because there was that internal war that was going on the back end. It was like a lot of characters. Almost it seemed like it was a lot of it was petty.
Yeah,
like, we'll create this character.
Well, when you realize that I believe a lot of Capcom staffers left to form SNK, that makes a little bit more sense.
Okay.
Okay,
that
so as far as actually using Yuri, she's okay. She's got a couple of interesting tools, but not a huge fan of her uppercut. And if I'm gonna use a Shoto type character, I'm just gonna use Robert, because although she does have a couple more, like she usually has the reflector that can block or rebound high projectiles. I don't use her as much, but you gotta love her perky disposition. You gotta love the fact that after being a maiden in distress, she went back and actually learned how to fight and can hold her own with the absolute legends. So personally, I would rank her an A.
I would say maybe a little bit lower. I would say maybe about. I would want to say B.
All right, there we go.
That's kind of basic.
Yeah, because like the Kyokugen Ryu, it's basically like the show. It's like, tell me you're Ryu without saying you're Ryu. Although you do love the Ranbu when they just run up on you and like punch you in the face like 700 times. That's always fun.
Yeah, and she was I think she was a rushdown character. So her that aggressive fighting I do like.
Yeah,
I would say
yeah, didn't she have that? I believe her
basic. Even though she's cute, I don't know. Like if you're looking like I want to hold that A for something special, and right. I definitely want to have the S for like no, this person is iconic to the entirety of the series.
Well, when you bring it up like that, I know who we can talk about next.
Oh, okay.
The legend herself, Mai Shiranui. Started out Fatal Fury 2.
Yes, Mai.
One of the first female characters in a Fatal Fury game. First one in a Fatal Fury game. Blue Mary didn't come until 3. But the Kunoichi herself, she just as iconic. And she and Terry were just recently announced as canon in Street Fighter 6.
Well, I think it was always hinted that they were canon because it was Mai and Terry, and then there was Blue Mary and oh, what
No,
was
no, no.
the
I'm not. I'm not talking about shipping. It's Mai and Andy, and then it's
oh
Terry and Blue Mary. I'm talking about their canon in the Street Fighter universe now. They exist.
oh okay.
Yeah, Andy's the one who refuses to put a ring on it. Oh, fucking moron. No, I mean, how can you not love this? Come on.
I mean, she is hot, but at the same time, she's a Kunoichi, so.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that.
Kunoichis are basically like secret agents, but of the medieval type. So they, depending on what position that they have, they could lure them in to the bedroom. They could lure. They were in what is it called? The brothels. So because they were designed in purpose for what is it called? Like ninjas were of the people. You're not gonna have a noble ninja.
They're blending in
because nobles. Yeah, nobles were all gonna be samurai. So these were the common folk. So and yeah, and Nicholas does it like really well. Excellent color scheme, red and white.
Yeah.
And it is it's basically like say she's a whore without saying she's a whore kind of thing. Or a slut.
Well, I wouldn't go that far because apparently she is dedicated to Andy. Dedicated to one guy, so she's not just like out there or anything. But as far as the character,
because it also is like modern age, but I like modern age. So modern age would probably just be at cosplay at this point.
right?
I don't know. Like what would a modern age Kunoichi be? Because
Well, I believe when Mark of the Wolves came out, they did change her outfit, or City of the Wolves.
yeah, I think didn't she look more like a body?
Yeah, a biker,
special
yeah.
agent.
A bike.
Because
Let's go to the main page.
I can't quite remember. Quite literally, she controls fire. But I do love her from that iconic thing because without technically without do you know from Maki from
Fatal Fury 2?
oh no was Maki in Fatal Fury? I don't think Maki was.
No,
in
no,
Fatal Fury.
my apologies. Not Fatal
Fury.
Fury. Final Fight. It was Final Fight. My bad. Final Fight 2. It was
yes,
her,
If it
Hagar,
wasn't for-
and the guitar guy.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Maki, we wouldn't have had Mai Shiranui.
Right.
And then without Mai Shiranui, we wouldn't have had pretty much every single Kunoichi like Kasumi, Ayame, and all the rest that came after.
Pretty much all of Dead or Alive. Yeah.
Yeah, almost the entirety of
Yeah, but and even as a character, I still main her to this day because they're playing.
She's really good.
I just want to let you know. I know you can't hear right now, but they're playing Psycho Soldier, the vocal version. That hits you in the feels, man. But yeah, I do use her because she has. It changes slightly every year, but she does have like generally the same tool set. You got the fireball, you got the sweeping fan, fire fan. You got the rush down. Yeah.
Oh, was there supposed to be playing on the stream?
I got the soundtrack. I got the BGM playing right now, but I don't know if you can hear it because I know you're listening on the
no, I can't
virtual
hear it through
console.
Discord, but I do have you in pulled up as a stream.
Did I
I don't
disappear?
think I hear the.
Oh,
BGM.
there we go. I just looked
Yes.
over my phone and I noticed I disappeared. I'd minimized ViadoTube.
Oh, mine was actually before Maki? Oh, I might have actually just gotten corrected.
Maki was Final Fight 2, CVS 2, Mai's before Maki. Kasumi was just desperate. Well, it makes sense because Mai was in DOA 5 and 6, although Kula was in 6 as well.
Ah. Okay.
So,
I guess I learned something new. It's like all these like
I get a little tongue-tied looking at her too. I'll be 100% honest.
But yes, if we're going by thing, Maya is right up there. She probably is S tier, but I would place her at the front of S tier.
I would also S tier.
Oh right, Athena.
Athena. Okay. And
yeah, I think I would even put her ahead of Athena.
S plus.
Yeah, because you once you know what, like everyone knows Mai, everyone knows Mai. Yeah, it's a ridiculously easy cosplay to do. They have created so many H content off of her, and I think she even spawned off God knows how many javs.
Right.
So she is just iconic.
Then I will go ahead and change my vote on Athena from S to A, just because of how awkward I find her to play. So yeah, there you go. Okay. She's right at the top.
And Horseplace says as well, it's like Maya's the Morgan of SNK.
There you go.
Like you're gonna know who Maya is.
Yep.
Regardless of where you are, you're gonna know Mai.
She's truly iconic, man, and that's it. Blows my mind as someone who was there during the console wars back in the day, to know that SNK characters are being canon in Street Fighter universe now. It just and we're finally getting Marvel. It's getting a little off track here, but we're finally getting Marvel vs. Capcom 2 back in like 2 weeks, I think. That's gonna be beautiful. Everything's coming back, man.
Okay. Well, what happened? What happened on that?
Basically, it was some kind of weird licensing issue with, I think, Strider, who was on the Capcom side. And due to licensing things, it was locked away for a while. To the point where, for the longest time, we just had to get it on one of those one-up arcade cabinets for like $800 or something. Because an arcade cabinet is considered a toy and not a video game. And that was the legal remedy to get around that. And then the absolute legend Maximilian Dude put his career and his name on the line to try to get it out. And now, 2 weeks from now, we'll be able to play it. Now, I'm dead broke. Anyone who doesn't know who I am, I started streaming a little over a month ago. And I dropped a whole ton of money on that computer and internet connection, etc. So I'm broke right now, so I'm going to have to admire from afar. But I did pick up, in a big bundle during EVO weekend, King of Fighters 98 Ultimate Match, 2002 Ultimate Match, and 13. 3-part bundle for $11.
Nice.
Yeah. It's too bad I can't get 13 to work. Neither can anyone else, though. So, SNK, if you want to do something special for the 30th anniversary, please fix KoF 13 Steam edition, please.
I don't think they will. I think that whole pack was meant to just be shit out there.
Yeah, but you know what? 70% off. It was still a huge deal, even if it was just the 2 games.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, now we got Rugel's theme from '94 playing, so it's perfect. We got the last character from the prologue, King from Art of Fighting. King, she clicks a lot of buttons for me, man. She's a classy, sophisticated woman She's a bartender, also kind of a thug, bouncer for Mr. Big in Art of Fighting 1. And you don't know that King is a woman in the first game unless you finish her off with, I believe, a fireball. And then her top flies off, and you see that she's a woman. But she would embrace
Oh
Uchiwas in later
right.
games.
Wasn't it in Art of Fighting? What wasn't it also a Easter egg where he
Right, right.
knocked her into the water and then she appeared topless or something like that? I
No,
remember that briefly.
I think that was one of the real bout games. You could do that with my. It's like it had to be one of the Fatal Fury games because those are the ones where you go forward and backward in the planes. Art of Fighting is just on one plane, but you could for the
Ah,
female
okay.
characters knock off the top. It was a different time. Please don't get us canceled. Which King personally checks a lot of boxes. Where she's classy, elegant. Um, she even has a double fireball. She'll kick a fireball. Sometimes she'll kick two fireballs at you once. So that's like her and Akuma, and that's it, man. She's in that rarefied air.
I I actually like King. Uh, there's a lot I like about her. It's just uh I'm trying to think like on a scale, on an actual scale. Do do I put her in A? Like, do you see her as an A?
Well, I would personally put her in A. Yeah, I would. I'm trying not to let my personal options blind me. Because if it was just me, I'd put her in S definitely. But as far as yeah, A, because like even from a gameplay standpoint, she got the fireballs and she's got the trap shot and the illusion kick. Um, so yeah, I would definitely put her as a solid A. Also, not for just who she is and her arc as well. Yeah, I would definitely say that.
Yeah, because I think Horseplay says it best. Like, her design is great, but he doesn't really play her.
Right.
Because it, I, I do like her. It's just when I'm thinking about the roster that I usually play for characters, I King is not at the top of my playlist. She's not bad because I do like her. It's just she's I don't know how to explain it. It's
There, there, there are so many amazing choices in KOF.
yeah, there are
It's hard.
that's
It's hard to be good with all of them.
yeah. And yeah, I think A. I think A.
Okay, solid A
I think
tier.
King. Yeah, I think King and A is actually good.
Tier's so big, I got to use the center mouse wheel to move up and down.
Oh,
So now we get into an interesting place, because that was the prologue. 1994 is kind of considered its own thing, and the actual Orochi saga, with the revival of the Messenger of God Orochi, goes from 95 through 98. Technically 95 through 97. 98 is kind of a Battle of the Network Stars specialty thing.
okay.
And in 95, there are no new female characters introduced. It's just Billy, AG, Yori, Saishu, and Omega Rugal. But 96, we end up getting a few of the more iconic characters. And we'll start with. I will spoil this for you right now. She is my S tier. You want this? Leona Hyderu, the
No, yeah,
military woman from
I completely
96.
agree. Yeah. No, if answer bus, yes, Leona. S
Cool.
tier.
Let's move around, and then we can just gush about her for a few minutes. Because this was
Yeah,
great because this was one of the characters where 94 you can tell they're characters from other series. She was one of the characters that was first created for KOF itself as an original character. And you can tell they put a lot of attention into this mysterious military woman.
yeah, because so much about her is just really well designed.
Yeah.
and she gets better designed as she progresses. So if you look at her like original outfits, they don't have the oh god, what were they, grenades? I think were they grenades or were they grenade canisters for a
Oh
grenade
yeah.
launcher? I can't
Oh,
remember.
you mean like 10 or 11? I mean not, but yeah, like 12 or 13. That outfit with the little grenade
Yeah,
canisters.
yeah, because it was right in that where I think she was starting to get introduced into Metal Slug. Because
Oh
I
yeah,
remember her being I remember her being a Metal Slug, and
it was
she was really good in Metal Slug.
yeah. She was so good. I'll see if they have any of the pictures here. They might be in the animations page.
Yes,
She was so good
uh,
that you had to. There she is. You had to when you bought initially. You bought Metal Slug 7. You had to buy her as an extra dollar as a DLC character, and I freaking paid it.
yeah. That's the only thing I hated. They almost every single time they would lock her behind a DLC cost. It's like
Yeah.
So every single game, you had to pay for Leona.
Yeah, it's an
But
absolute
she
shame
has
because
so like I don't I can't even like the amount of detail that they put into her animation. Like if you, I don't know if this the site has it, but can you look at the pixel animation for it in the site?
let's check. They've got like 6
Uh,
different pictures of animation on here. Fighters Generation really does have it all, man. There we go. Some nice ones on the left.
because they put so much detail into her pixel art, like everything from her like her passive, like where she's just standing there, where she's moving, she's bobbing, and you get to see tiny little details on her that moves, and it's like something so it is to the it's almost, I would say and argue, to the same point in degree as like my Shiranui with the breast bounce
Yeah.
for her pixel animation, because she is like she is not like, outside of the tummy, she's not really sexualized in any way, shape, or form, but she's given such an amazing detail to a lot of her moves that
Right.
it's almost as if like she was designed to be like that.
Yeah. And
It
even
is
it, and even when even here's the outfit in 14-15, they sexualized it a little bit more. But you could picture it just like a combat thing.
is do they have the pictures of the Metal Slug version?
It doesn't look like it.
Uh, damn.
But
Because
yeah,
yeah, like horseplay, like Metal Slug, the Metal Slug animations are just top tier. Oh no, okay. I wonder. You know, Metal Slug pixel. Oh, do you have? Oh, this is just, it's on the fly. It's on the fly, but I can't.
here it is. Or rather, here's some pearl craft, bead craft, whatever they call it.
Huh, okay. I haven't seen that in God knows how long.
Apparently, it's a
The
big
little
thing.
those things. Oh, I
That's
haven't
not.
done that since like what, grade school? Yeah, I can't remember when the last time I did that pearl craft stuff.
Yeah, with
Those
little
little arts and
with
crafts
little
things.
beads. Yeah. Now, is that the one you have to
Yeah.
put in the oven, or?
Oh, Metal Slug Attack Wiki. Metal Slug. Attack. Attack Wiki. Oh,
But yeah, while you're looking that up,
here we
also
go. Here
bring
we
up
go.
that. Go ahead and just send it to me in the Discord.
There you go. Yep.
While we're
Just
bringing
did.
that, while we're bringing that up, while I'm loading that as well, her story is also absolutely fascinating. How she just seems like your normal filler to cover for Hedern in 15 or in 96. But then you find out she's actually the daughter of one of the Hakushi, the 8 members of the cult trying to revive Orochi. And tragically, spoiler alert for a game made in 96, Leopold Gainix made her kill her own family, including her father Guidel, who was one of the 8 members of the cult. So she has a tragic backstory too, and that also helps explain why she's so quiet and so sullen towards the beginning of the series. And you actually all the way up to 15, you get to see her grow and mature as a character as well, and that really blows my mind.
That's actually interesting because I did not know that.
And even
I
from
just saw her as the soul. Oh,
sorry.
oh no, wait! I think in Metal Slug Attack it actually does go into the story. But
Yeah.
Each of those tabs have a different pixel art because all those are different versions of Leona.
Not bad. Yeah, they got the cat ears variant
No, that's okay.
from the cat ears variant from what do you call it? The Gundam Fighters, Gals Fighters remake. And then they got the Orochi Leona.
We already know and agree that Leona's S tier. At this point, it's just absolutely. Us gushing.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say, even from a mechanical standpoint, Game Boy standpoint, she's a charge character, and I'm best with charge characters like Dictator or Claw from Street Fighter, where you hold back a couple seconds and forward or up, and she's got so many tools you can even do from that defensive position.
Yeah, because I don't even know how to describe her as a fighting character. It's like aggressively. She's almost like
she's like Guile.
She's just really top. She's really good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. She almost is like Guile.
She's like Guile, but she's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, she's a lot more aggressive. Because okay, now that you put her into the Guile thing, because I don't really like playing male characters in fighting games because I don't like the hitbox. I prefer having a smaller hitbox. Right. So when you say Guile is like one of my guys. I like Guile. I like Guile a lot. Ryu garbage. Guile top tier.
Well, anything where you hold back or down for 2 seconds in the other direction, I'm into that. And by the way, of course, and as we all know, the females traditionally have smaller hitboxes and can be evidenced by Street Fighter 6's Marissa. SNK, we need a muscle mommy in King of Fighter 16. Come on. But yeah, Leona, best girl. But there were a few others. Now this one, you'll notice there are like 4 different characters named Kasumi. This would be Kasumi Toto. And her...
Oh, yes.
And her story is a little weird. Toto, her father, Ryohaku Toto, he was the first... let's see if I can do this while I'm changing soundtracks. He was the first boss in Art of Fighting 1, but canonically, he got his ass handed to him and obliterated. And it was so sad that he embarrassed and ran away like a little bastard. And in Art of Fighting 3, we meet his daughter, who's looking for him. Although he's secretly watching over her, hiding behind trees and shit. I'm putting on King of Fighters 95 right now. 94 just ended.
Ah, okay.
So, it's interesting, yeah, but I don't feel like there's a whole lot to her as a character. Like, she's basically there as like, hey, Ryohaku Toto sucked. Here's what he would be like if he didn't suck. I don't know if she has like a ton of personality herself.
No, it's just she's basic. She's in my opinion, she's probably B if not C, because when you think of like your standard samurai girl, so you're thinking of this girl, the girl with the white headband, red outlines. She's usually either having a katana or a naginata, depending on what genre you're in. So Samurai Warriors has one like that's almost similar to this.
There you go.
A whole bunch of other things had other people just like that. So, I mean, I like on top of that is like if she's just basic.
Yeah, it's like
if you get
she is kind of one of she's like, what if Ryu Haku didn't suck? Now, you said you kind of consider her between B and C. I would agree, and I'd only rank her this high because I did main her in Art of Fighting 3.
She's cute.
She's cute, but she is kind of one note.
Yeah, because if you look up just any like even in anime, she's kind of just like there is this type. Especially like for martial arts anime, you're going to see the girl with the ponytail and the headband, and almost exclusively she's gonna have this thing. It's
well, interesting fact.
She carries a little JP slash. Okay.
Yeah, like wasn't that the one that she's got a little translation dictionary? But yeah, basically the only reason that she was in 96 was because Yuri left the women's team to join the Art of Fighting team because Takuma retired, so they had to shuffle someone in there.
Huh, okay.
So yeah, it's an interesting concept, but the joke about how her dad sucks can only get you so far.
Okay.
Let's see who else is. Oops, sorry.
Oh, well, I was thinking to myself, like, I'm trying to think of other characters that are in this subgenre, and the only character that I can think of that is in this kind of subgenre is, do you remember an old fighting game called Samurai Showdown?
I love Samurai Showdown, man. You'll see a few Samurai Showdown characters on this list, believe it or not.
Oh, I mean, I guess that would make sense because they're what was it? It was like basically the same company.
Right. But do you mean not?
I wish they continued Samurai Showdown.
They did.
I wish they continued.
A few years ago, Samurai Showdown. They didn't call it Samurai Showdown 7, but they did make a new one.
Was it that really crappy 3D one?
I didn't think it was that bad, but yeah. Oh no, you're thinking of Samurai Showdown Sen. No, that one sucked. No, it was Samurai Showdown.
Because I was really when I saw that, I was like, it looked really bad. I was excited that they brought it back. I was like, oh, what the hell is this?
Oh, it was Samurai Showdown 2019 is what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've been around for like a few years, and they slowly added more characters to it, including a character from The Last Blade.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, I think they've stopped doing updates for it now, but they did add a lot of the iconic characters to it, and it was quite good. Okay. It's like what they're doing now with City of the Wolves, slowly reviving a franchise. And you can do this in the modern day with fighting games now, instead of just doing like Capcom did and release like 6 versions of Street Fighter. You can just update the base game that you have.
I'm glad they didn't go the same way as what's it called? Because so far it's looking good.
Yeah.
Mark of the Wolves looks good. I'm glad they didn't go. I think it was like Soul Calibur 5. Was it 5? Or was it
5 is the one that got rid of the entire cast almost.
Yeah, it's 5. Okay, yeah, it was 5. I memory hold that so hard because I think they got rid of. Did they get rid of? They got rid of everyone except for like maybe a handful. So they had like Ivy.
And then they brought like Cassandra back as the Soul Calibur itself as the final boss.
Oh right. They brought her back as oh god, I memory hold that so bad. But that goddess character.
Yeah.
I memory hold that so much because I remember buying it what was it called? Pre-release, pre-bought, pre-register. It was the one where you bought it ahead of time. It's like, okay, you know, I'm deeply embedded into Soul Calibur, and I was like, this is bad. This is all bad. All of this is bad.
Yeah. About the only thing that saved it was the character creation ability, and you just use that to create the old characters, anyways.
Yeah.
But it did have Dampierre, that very, very dandy man. I might have to run out in a moment, grab some more Starbucks, trying to keep myself awake. Did 2.5 hour creative writing stream earlier today. Get a little groggy.
Get start. Why didn't you get Starbucks beforehand?
I did. I got like I didn't go to the fucking store or anything. Like I bought a 64-ounce container of Starbucks roasted black coffee at fucking Walmart, and it's sitting in the fridge right now.
Ah.
You can buy it in large quantities these days.
Okay, I did not know that. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
In its own little way.
I know America runs on Dunkin', but you know any port in a storm, right?
I have coffee right here.
There you go. So we're moving on. 96 Accord.
Not coffee. I have.
Oh, that's it. I apologize. I'm not paying too much attention to the chat because I'm working with one monitor today, so I got to open it up separately. Elysium, Spirit of Soul Calibur. Cool. Massive budget cut, 7% of its stored content removed. Yeah, that's a shame, man. And Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown, Sen had Diego. Sen had not Diego, but what's his name? The sub-boss who was the cowboy who could do 100% damage combo with a fucking shotgun. I would love the game for that one.
I saw how bad that looked. I stayed the hell away from that. It looked so bad. I took one look at that thing. I was like, nope. Even though I'm a diehard like Samurai Showdown fan, nope, just nope.
Nope, that's not it. That's not you. But yeah, it's just
so bad.
I think another company handled. So yeah, it's nice to know that they did recover with the 2019 Samurai Showdown. Okay, so moving on, we got a couple more.
Elysium, that's the character.
Elysium.
Soul Calibur manifestation itself as Sophia Alexandra to manipulate Patroclus.
Elysium. It's Cassandra with the fucking face mask, dude. Come on. For real.
Sophia. Cassandra is the daughter. Sophia is the mother.
My apologies. It's Sophia with a fucking face mask. Come on. Even my man Frank here, who runs Fighters Guild, he says, or Fighters Generation, he says, the story's a bit weird, isn't it? Another mimic character.
There's a reason why I mind blanked it. No,
there you go. Yeah, thank you. I'm thinking of Draco.
You're thinking of yeah. You're thinking of Draco. And
he's the sub boss, and then he just spams a shotgun. He can literally juggle you with a shotgun. That's it.
Yeah, the person that you're thinking when you're thinking Cassandra, you're probably thinking of Pyrrha. Pyrrha was the Cassandra replacement. So yeah.
Yeah, and then she became a final boss, I believe, or like they had a corrupted version of her too. But that's one of the things I love about this website. You can look all of it up immediately with this super comprehensive list that they got. You just look all that up at a flick of a finger, man. So nice. Okay, so
I'm surprised they don't have a search function unless I'm just blind, which is possible.
Well, they don't, but it just control F search for or whatever. You just using your browser's built-in search function. But yeah, now moving on with 96. You kind of have to talk about the next two characters in tandem because they are so closely linked together. I'm talking about the
Okay.
iconic secretary duo of Vice and Mature.
Oh. Okay.
Iori's
So,
partners, after he tried to kill Billy Khan and AG in 95, he got set up with a couple of beautiful, lethal secretaries. Now, a lot of people think they like Vice better, the grappler, the powerhouse one. I personally like Mature better. It's like as a character, like she's more of a rushdown character, and he uses her nails more to an advantage. But yeah, 96, another couple of characters that were introduced,
well,
created just as new characters for the series, as opposed to bringing in characters that already existed from other franchises.
I think also as well, Matura has a better design because it just matches her so well. The what is it? The hair bun with the little flop over.
Yeah, kind of the cold, icy demeanor.
Oh, I remember her now. I'm starting to remember her because yeah, on a scale of like recognizability, you're gonna recognize Mature, but you're not as much gonna recognize Vice because Vice is.
And it's interesting because Vice was in Marvel versus Capcom versus SNK 2, and Mature wasn't. So she's actually got more exposure to.
I wonder why they made that choice.
It may be because they had Yamazaki in there also, and he also had a lot of the similar moves that Mature does.
Oh.
But yeah, they're like two sides of the same coin. And though even though they are matching characters, they do have completely different personalities, and they kind of contrast each other, but they do also work together quite well. And it's nice. It's a shame that Iori rips their throats out in 1996, but they get better.
Yeah, they died once, but then they got better.
Yeah, everyone. I'll get to my gripes with that when we get to the Verse Saga and how they decided to just bring everyone back. But yeah, like death means nothing in fighting games anymore. Like they brought Bison back, they brought Heihachi back.
I'm gonna be quite honest with this. It's probably a good thing because you don't when you have a fighting game roster. They some characters become so beloved that they become iconic to that series, and if you just kill them off, then you end up with a Soul Calibur 5 situation where you just get rid of like a big chunk of the cast. And you're like, why did you do this? So now you have to build everything back up again, and like why do that?
Yeah, but then why kill them in the first place? Even just don't kill them all.
Because in fighting game, I never, because here's the thing with fighting games. Every single person has a different story, or like when you go through story mode, you go through the story mode of the character. So I always saw and view it as a story mode based off of their perspective. Like what would happen if, like a bunch of what if scenarios.
Right.
So there's like one canon ending or one canonical timeline, which the devs decide at random. I don't know how they decide it, but all the other ones are like branching
timelines.
Stories from there on. Yeah. So what if M. Bison won this? What if this person won this? So you have all those interconnecting things. So in which case, in my opinion, it makes sense for them to be killed off in that alternate universe or in that alternate thing because it makes sense for that character to do so. But as long as the characters are brought back for the next game, it really doesn't matter. So you can have characters like I guess it's kind of like in the same principle as the Mortal Kombat principle. As long as you have the characters come back, the deaths can happen. As long as it makes sense that the death happens in that character's story.
Yeah, but then you start getting to the territory of like comic books where no death means anything anymore, and there's no real gravity to it.
Oh boy, you don't want to get me started on comic books. I used to read those things. Funny thing is
I'll admit my my knowledge of comic books kind of ends at the Marvel vs. Capcom series.
the multiple universe that you're thinking about is the Marvel universe, because the Marvel universe is where you can have all these branching multiverses, and you're gonna have like different versions of Wolverine in different little stories. You're gonna have different versions of Cyclops and all of his different stories. But in other things like DC, that is one specific canon universe. So you're not gonna get multiverses. So you end up with very few, which are mostly contained to the animated series or the animated movies, which may or may not go into the delve of multiverses, but they kind of delve into it. But it for all intents and purposes, the main canon like comic books are all a single universe. So when you think of the big multiverse, you're thinking of Marvel. So anything is possible in the Marvel multiverse, which is a soft way of saying, okay, we're getting tired, the stories run out, we're rebooting the whole thing, and we're going to this universe instead.
Right. Well, there's so many different, and they're even doing it in the movies now, the different offshoots and everything. That'd definitely be a tier list for its own time as well. Yeah. There's just so much to explore there.
Yeah. Except I don't think there has been a bad Wolverine, because you had Old Man Logan, you had I don't think there's ever been a bad Wolverine in comics. Because I'm trying to think of where there's been a bad Wolverine, and I think he's managed to avoid it all.
Oh, there you go, man. Obviously made with a lot of love.
Squid. This is says the undead roadkill talent. On the matter of death being permanent and death, being revived.
He said this, and he was there for the stream, the creative writing stream this morning, where I kind of disproved what he was saying, and we went over what I actually am. So, fucking catch the VOD, my dude. Okay, so as far as where we would rank Vice and Mature,
I would. Are we putting them together? Are we putting them in the same row?
I personally would rank them both as A tier characters. Because 96 was the first year they made it original female characters, and as far as Leona, Vice, Mature, I believe they knocked it out of the park. Although Leona is far better than them.
Because here's my opinion on this. Is I from aesthetics perspective, from iconic perspective, you're gonna recognize Mature a lot better than Vice. And I think what it is every single character that has this short bob style haircut is not wearing outfits like this.
Right.
Because most of the characters that are like this are tomboyish characters. So you see them in like sports outfits, you see them in gym wear, or you see them in I think even in the case of like special agents, like special agent outfits.
Right.
So seeing her in like this weird suit, it's an entirely different. It almost like it doesn't match.
Right.
It's weird, because even if you look at the other picture with them in dresses, Mature stands out. Like, she is the lead woman in this pair, whereas she's just kind of there. So if we're judging them as that pair, Mature's gonna be, carrying that group.
Right. So where would you put them?
I kind of want to put them in B.
Both of them?
I would. I think you're right. Maybe in the A B kind of section, because mature is definitely A. But
yeah, so we agree that we agree that mature is A, and we're kind of split on Vice. So we'll put Vice in A/B.
Yeah. Well, because that's why I also think, okay, do you want to judge them as a pair? Because I could definitely see your reasoning between the pair. So at which case we will put them both in A/B.
Right.
Because if they're coming as a pair, like story wise and everything else, like if this is because in the Nikkei tier list stream, we ended up doing paired characters that are completely tied together.
Right.
And you have to judge them as a group.
Well, I
I
would pair them together, but they have made separate appearances in separate games. Like Vice was in CVS 2, and Mature was in the '96 Game Boy KFS without Vice. So I would have to go ahead and grade them separately. Yeah.
Okay. Because unless you can sell me on Vice.
Unless
you can sell me.
I was trying to be polite, but yeah, I'd say that's Mature A, Vice A/B. And now to round out 96, we have Shizuru Kagura, the first female sub-boss of the KoF series. And she's actually quite integral to the story. Basically the shell nut for the 94 through 97 Orochi saga is the cult, the Hakushi, who, by the way, Vice and Mature are part of the cult. They're trying to revive a demon god, or like a messenger of God or something, the Orochi. And Shizuru is a priestess of the bloodline of the people who are trying to stop Orochi and keep him sealed away. And it's actually kind of interesting how that is reflected in her moveset. With her holding the magic mirror, her attacks are, she throws an illusion of herself, like she throws a clone of herself at you. And it's interesting, I believe the light attack throws an illusion and then she's really standing. And the heavy attack, it's her actually jumping and the thing that's standing behind is the illusion. So she is really good at mix-ups. And as a sub-boss, she can be pretty cheap.
Do you mind if I be blatantly honest on this?
Go ahead. That's why you're here.
I don't like her.
Well, what don't you like about her, man?
I don't like the way she looks, because when you're thinking of a character like this, you're thinking of like a shrine maiden, right?
Right.
You're thinking of a Japanese version of either a monk or a maid kind of thing.
Yeah, like a Shinto priestess type.
Yes, she does not strike me as that at all. And when you look at other Shinto like priestesses, it is she almost it's like she's an artist of some kind, like a calligraphy artist.
Like the kind of you can tell she's a product of the '90s because she's got those massive shoulder pads.
Yeah, the massive shoulders. Actually,
Yeah.
I think those died out during the '80s, didn't they?
Oh, apparently not.
Well, they were effectively dead by the '90s.
It's just more like part priestess, part girl boss. Like you couldn't tell, other than those dangly sleeves of her, you couldn't really tell that she's a priestess just by looking at her.
No, and I don't. Across all the times I've played King of Fighters, I almost never touched her. Because I don't think she stood out that much. It's just she's one of those weird characters where it's just like I don't see anyone playing with her.
Whenever I play, she's got a very, very specific toolkit that involves the illusion thing that's just mixed up. Like, is she like right here? Sometimes like I believe the light punch, then that's just throwing an illusion at you. But the hard punch, she's jumping over, and the illusion is the thing that's staying behind. So that's just her real. Her only real thing is the whole mix-up game. And if you're playing a strong game, you can counter that pretty easily. So like I kind of feel you with how she is important. She's critical to the story. She, Kyo, and Iori are the ones who end up stealing Orochi, but she just doesn't fit to me, man.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It just doesn't. Because when you look at the cast of King of Fighters, she seems so out of place. It's almost as if she's not quite there yet. I would take Vice over her because I don't know. She's weird. She's very, very weird. I don't know how to describe it other than just.
It's
I
just
don't know
kind
what they were thinking.
Kind of anachronistic. It's like for who she was and her role in the story, it doesn't really look like she makes a lot of sense, and she can be kind of hard to get used to because she is kind of a mix-up character.
Yeah, but even like this is like '96, right?
Right. She's the sub boss of '96, so she's pretty powered up. But she's a regular character from '97 on.
Oh, okay.
So 97 they nerf her, and then 98, and then I believe after 98 she's gone until KoF 15.
Oh, okay.
So I guess not a lot of people like her.
Yeah, I would say so because there's nothing about her that stands out.
Yeah.
Because even when you're looking at the outfit, if you go back to the very what was it? The second girl that we now I'm mind blanking. It was the martial artist.
Kasumi Toto.
Why can't I? Yes,
Kasumi?
thank you. You compare them side to side. Like, who are you gonna pick from a visual perspective?
Right.
Like, who seems better? And there's nothing about her that stands out.
Yeah.
And even when let's even view it from a perspective of like you get like boom, the fighting game thing. You get to pick your characters from the roster. Is she gonna be your main pick, your second pick, or your third pick? Like if you do like a collab, like SNK versus Capcom, the New Age, are you picking her out of the roster?
Nah. And it's weird because even Kasumi made it into SVC Chaos. So what would you say? Would you like C tier or? Because we're going as low as D.
Yeah, I would say C.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Maybe CD.
Okay, CD. That's fair enough. Because it's just like I don't think she's complete D because she does play a critical role in the Orochi saga, but it just kind of as a character, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Horseplay says it best. Like, Chizuru's outfit is meant to be a blend of traditional shrine maiden and modern '90s businesswoman.
Yeah, but
so I think you were unironically right. She's meant to be a shrine maiden, but girl boss as well.
Girl boss, yeah.
And it did not work.
Well, that's why after '98 you didn't see her again until 15.
It's like she took one bad like face plant into a cabinet full of like outfits and knocked herself out on one of the cabinets.
Is those shoulder pads? Those fucking shoulder pads, man. I can't get over that. And as someone who watched a lot of '90s anime, I don't mind seeing giant shoulder pads, but it's just kind of weird.
Well, at the same time, but because you look at the '90s anime, you also had Gunsmith Cats, you
Right.
had Sailor Moon, you had so many good animes. Because I'm trying to even think of like what other characters that were in '90s anime. I don't think a lot of the female cast were had big shoulder pads outside of maybe like Tenchi Muyo, because Sailor Moon didn't have it. Okay. Girl of the Blue did not have it. The Gundam characters did not have it.
It is just kind of a weird anachronism for what they were going for. Yeah. So that does clear out 96, though, and now we get to move on to 97, the raging climax of the Orochi saga. And we actually get to start out with another kind of iconic character from the original character, and that would be Shermie.
Oh, Shermie! Yes!
Shermie. Very interesting character, especially for what happens to her over the course of 97 itself. Now, we talked about this Hakushi cult. There were 8 members of the Hakushi. Gaidel, Leona's father, who's dead. Matura and Vice, who die in 96. Gainitz, who dies in 96. And then Shermie and her bandmates, Chris and Yashiro, all of them are all men. They all die in 97. So by the end of the Orochi saga, the only member of the Hakushi alive is Yamazaki, and he actually turned his back on them long ago just to make a quick buck working for Geese.
Okay.
But yeah, Shermie is weird because you look at her, the type of traditional character, type of sexy type character, and then you see her in action. She's a friggin' grappler.
Yeah, she's a grappler.
She's mastered the friggin' Frankensteiner, man.
Shermie is one of those weird ones, but it works. It works for her.
Yeah. It works. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but part of the reason it works is like towards the end of KoF 97, you realize that it's all a front, and she's just playing a role. And when you see, oh Jesus, I'm gonna get canceled. You see Orochi Sherma. That's coming up in a little bit. But as far, let's see if they have any of her throws in her animations. Yeah, she grabs you by the legs and she suplexes you. And I'm usually really good. There you go. You got the friggin' Germans right there. You got the combination, the Shermie combo. Absolutely iconic. Now, problem is, as a grappler, I could never get a hold of her ranges, so I didn't use her that much. But I did think she was quite an interesting character and quite kind of a nice compliment. Because when you see Chris, Yashiro, and Shermie, you initially think that the grappler is going to be Yashiro, the big guy. Pull him up briefly. But no, he's like Capoeira or something.
I don't remember Yashiro, unless...
Here he is.
Well, let's see a picture of him.
You think he's gonna be the grappler because he's a big guy, but nah, he just does like a lot of kicks and dancing and stuff.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this guy. I vaguely remember him. I don't think I ever played him.
Yeah, it was him, and then the third one, the kid Chris, is the one who actually becomes Orochi at the end of 97. All the way back up.
Oh.
But yeah, she is quite an adorable character, quite interesting, and she's kind of become a symbol as well, and that goes back also. That also goes back to talking about dead characters coming back. How she did die off. CYS were all killed in 97. They actually end-heroed themselves in order to revive Orochi. This is Chris. Yeah, Chris ends up becoming Orochi. But they did. I'll go more into like the reason they were revived plays into the Those from the Past storyline and the KOF 14-15 storyline. But as far as Shermie herself, standalone, I do think she's quite interesting, and not just from a sexy character standpoint. You also got it's just something about the hair too, like completely hiding her eyes. You think it might just be something cute, but it's really.
She's got that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that she's got that hentai protagonist hairstyle.
Yeah, but then the
completely obscures the eyes.
Yeah, but then that's also kind of a hint to her truer, darker nature.
Yeah. But
So, yeah.
I like Shermie. I like Shermie a lot.
I would definitely put her at an A. Like, I wouldn't say she's iconic as Maya or Leona, but
I would say
she's a solid A. Solid A, yeah.
No. Because S is for that, like, those special
Right.
types.
And then, while we're here, then we get the stage. When you get to the sub-boss tier, then you have to fight Orochi Shermie. And it is a completely different character. She's not this goofy, bubbly, bouncy grappler. She's an electric, I believe, kind of a zoner, with her electric kicks and everything, sliding around. And she's basically meant to complement Benamaru with all his lightning attacks. And so it's not like it's not, I guess it's kind of like back in the day Scorpion and Sub-Zero. It's not just a color change. It's a completely different demeanor and a completely different moveset, because it's kind of like she's not even trying to be sexy as Orochi Shermie. She's just all business. She's just there to sacrifice the protagonist so they don't revive Orochi.
Ah, okay.
Because Yashiro, when he becomes Orochi Yashiro, he does become the big scary grappler guy as a compliment to Goro Daimon. He becomes what you think he's supposed to be. The one picking you up and grabbing you, hauling around. And then Chris, after becoming Orochi Chris, with essentially a rip-off of Kyo's moveset, he eventually does become Orochi in the end. So, it is cool that they have this big twist, this new face team. You don't think much of them, just three cute new characters from France. And then you get towards the end of the game and the veil comes off. I thought that's kind of a cool twist.
Yeah, I kind of like him.
Yeah, but as far as, like, I was never good as Shermie, because like an idiot, I tried to play Orochi Shermie as Shermie, and you can't really get up close like you can with her. But she does have a couple interesting tools. I don't know if I would put her in A tier as I would original, because it is, from an actual design standpoint and everything, it's just a recolor. Although she is a completely different character. I would at least say a B, if not a B.
Yeah, maybe a B, because because she's basically just Orochi herself. So if we're at this point, I think we're just splitting hairs.
Yeah, it's like she's cool. It's a cool concept that they completely changed her moveset and demeanor, but she's not as iconic as her original self. It is still a variant.
Well, it's just like the quote-unquote evil version of that variant.
Right.
So it's kind of like if you get like the evil version of Ryu.
Right.
So it's just gonna be like what, Ryu with red eyes?
Yeah, and like I believe he gets Akuma's Raging Demon, and that's about it.
Yeah. So it's just if it's not that same exact character, it's gonna be the same exact character, if not just like one stage below.
Right. And that brings us to, now it pisses me off, Frank, I don't know if you're watching this, Frank, the master of the Fighters Generation. Why doesn't Orochi Leona have her own fucking page, my man? Orochi Chris, Orochi Shermie, Orochi Yashiro, Orochi Iori, they have their own pages. Why does Orochi Leona have to share a page with regular Leona? Dude, what the fuck? But yeah, I'll go just quickly about Orochi Leona. She was the. It's interesting. You rarely actually fight her in 97. I believe the sub boss is either Orochi Leona and Orochi Iori, but you only fight Orochi Leona if Iori is in your party. On one hand, that's a very specific mark to meet, but on the other hand, Kyo, Iori, and Shizuru is the canonical 97 team. So if you're playing like you're supposed to, you are going to fight.
Oh, okay.
And as much as I love Leona, Orochi Leona is a symbol of her madness that she was driven to by Gainitz, forced to kill her father and everything. But actually, from a gameplay standpoint, there's really not a whole lot different, especially in 97. She's just like twice as fast, and the moves come out twice as fast. So it's just basically literally just a boss version of Leona. Now, later on in the series, they tried to make it a little bit more of a storyline, and she ends up controlling the Orochi power inside of her. But as it is in 97, it's just basically faster, stronger Leona. Slightly cheaper. So, as much as I love Leona S tier, I would probably put Orochi Leona maybe like A or AB, like AB maybe.
You'd place her that low?
Because it's maybe A, just to be nice, but because Shermie, Orochi Shermie has a completely different toolset than Shermie does. It's a completely different character. Orochi Leona is just slightly different, like slightly faster. And I believe in 98, she may have one or two different moves, but it's essentially the same character. Like in 2002, interesting fun fact, you can play as normal Leona, and if you put in the up, down, B and D code to play as Orochi Leona in 97, if you do that in the middle of a match in 02, she will turn into Orochi Leona. But it's useless because
cool.
It's cool until you realize that it costs you half of your entire life bar. And it's not even that useful.
So, is it the half the health bar or half of the health bar that's remaining?
Half of the health bar remaining.
Oh.
So it's only really useful if you're like almost dead anyways.
Okay. Huh.
So where would you put Orochi Leona?
I would say about A maybe as well. I'd agree with you on that. Because
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that's the reason why the fighter generation put her into Leona, because at which point if she's functionally the same character, despite her Orochi thing just a speed buff, then yeah, maybe that's the reason why they have her as Leona itself.
Yeah, but then again,
nothing changed.
That's the same thing as Orochi Iori though. It's the same moves, literally the same moveset, except he's just faster. Although Orochi Iori has appeared in several other games, like I think he was in CVS 2 and the Neo Geo Pocket exclusive one, the Mark of the Millennium. But yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but you know, she's best girl, so I gotta bitch about it just a little bit.
Okay.
So that, I believe, yeah, that brings about an end to the Orochi Saga characters. 90. Oh no, there's one left. How can I forget? There's one left because we went on a whole fucking detour. Almost forgot 97 Special, which oddly enough is not the name of a gun, although it probably should be. 97 Special was, I believe, a fan-voted team of Yamazaki, Billy Khan, and Blue Mary. Blue Mary started in Fatal Fury 3, ended up kind of being Terry's kind of sort of love interest, but she's another grappler. I think that's really neat that they've got so many female grapplers in the series. I believe it's like Kaman. Well, that's a great thing about this website. They show, so it is Kaman Sambo, I believe. There's kind of a secret agent. You recognize that jacket?
Yep.
There you go. Yeah, I know. Like,
okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say the Blue Mary is very iconic.
Yeah,
If you know, you're gonna recognize Blue Mary.
absolutely.
Thing is, I think even at this point, like even from a modern day perspective, you're probably gonna know who Blue Mary is because she's
Right.
been in modern games.
And she's popular enough that I believe that even though she wasn't in 14 proper, I believe they brought her in as DLC. Like they also brought her in a DLC and Maximum Impact Regulation A. So people know it's like it's her. The original Fatal Fury trilogy, the only female characters, it's her and Mai. And then they
Yes.
bring in Zhang Fei for the newcomers, the Real Bout series. But she's a lot of fun to use if you can
She
get
is a
used
lot
to
of
her
fun.
being a grappler.
She's basically like if I remember correctly, wasn't she just a faster version of Shermie?
Yeah, with a few more different options because I believe she's got a couple more kicks too.
Yeah.
See, love these
So
animations.
she actually has a lot more. She has a lot more to her kit than Shermie does.
Yeah,
And I love her pixel art because she has.
there you go. She puts you in the armbar.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she has much because she's basically in a what is that? Tube top and pants.
Right.
But she has so much that actually just moves and jiggles around. I think one of those animations was her hula hooping her belt.
Yeah. There's just so much she can do, and she's just been kind of waiting for her to, like we all know, like even though they haven't officially announced her, you know she's gonna eventually be announced for City of the Wolves.
Yeah,
Even though in Mark of the Wolves, I believe it was that one boring policeman guy was there to sub for her, and the boring policeman guy has already been announced. There you go. Putting.
Don't quite remember the boring policeman guy.
Like 50 fucking arm bars, man. That's hilarious. It's like,
I think someone likes Blue Mary on that site.
What you thinking, Frank? What you thinking? Let's see. It's Kevin, I think. Kevin Ryan. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy.
Style is all about joint locks, which makes her vastly different from all power wrestling grapplers in fighting games.
Yeah.
Ooh,
like I said, I believe it's like Command Sambo it is. But yeah, this was the guy who replaced her in Mark of the Wolves, just incredibly boring. But he has been announced for City of the Wolves.
Okay, now I remember this guy because I remember the stupid what's it called? He looked like a bad guy.
Yeah, that creepy
he has,
grin.
Like, major, yeah, and the what's it called? The face paint. So I always like when you look at him, especially in his his pixel art, he always looks like a bad guy.
Yeah.
Kevin Ryan, who may or may not be related to Blue Mary. It's really good animation showcase because it has to be custom sprites every single one of her grapples.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah, so
you could do with a lot of this like grappling stuff, especially when you're grappling the joints. It doesn't matter. Like once you get a joint locked, it doesn't matter the size. That thing is locked in place, and then from there it's just one quick move, and you can break that limb.
There you go.
So it matches her really well, and it's something the thing is that.
So I was gonna say I don't see her as like S tier, but definitely solid A or AF tier.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Because I love Blue Mary, but do I think she's nearly as iconic as Mai?
Would you say she's as iconic as Athena?
Yeah, I would. At this point, yes, I would.
A solid A
think,
slash S, definitely.
yeah, because I think Blue Mary actually has a lot more staying potential, especially in the fighting community.
Right.
When you look at Athena, she's kind of fallen off in modern age. Not
Yeah,
nearly to the degree, but
yeah, she's still there, but not near. Like
yeah,
her partners have disappeared. Like I don't think they've had Kenso or Chin for a while, and they've just had her lumped in with other randoms.
yeah. Because I'm wondering, because where else has she been in the modern age? Like, what games has she been in? Or
She just kind of, other than her appearance as one of the two final boxes for SVC Chaos, and I think she was in one of the crossovers. I'd say that's about it.
Yeah, because most of the time she's getting sideswiped for different characters. She's either getting sideswiped for Mai, she's getting sideswiped for Leona.
Right.
So I don't even think she has any real staying power anymore. Like, she used to be big. You saw her everywhere.
Yeah.
But in modern day, I don't think she's nearly as much.
Yeah, they've shifted to Mai and Terry.
Yeah.
And to a lesser extent, Nakaruru. They still put Nakaruru everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Because I know it was back in the day it was Nakaruru and Terry, but you're seeing Mai a lot more places these days. Her and Kula. Kula is surprisingly popular. I know they put Mai and Kula in DOA 6.
Huh, okay.
Okay, so that covers the Orochi Saga. 95, 96, 97. And then 98 was a dream match. Not really. It's like kind of a Battle of the Network Stars thing where they brought everyone back. So there were no new characters in 98. So we now move on to the Nest Saga. There's an evil alien cartel out there who is trying to clone Kyo Kusanagi, and that's why you get, instead of Kyo Kusanagi, you get a whole bunch of Kyo clones. Like,
I think I know what characters you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is the... Oh, God, what was her name?
Well, we'll start with her then. Whip.
Oh, okay. Was it actually that simple? It was Whip.
Yeah. I believe her real name is Michiro or something. But yeah, they just call her Whip. She was... I think there's only two new females who were introduced in 99. And one of them is Whip. She is the... Oh, her real name's Syra. I was really way off. She was nicknamed Muchiko, which translates to Whip Girl. She's like... And this is one of the reasons... I don't know if everyone had this complaint about the Nest Saga, but I had a huge complaint about the Nest Saga for this. It's all clones all the time. Oops, all clones. Because K-Prime, the protagonist, is a clone of Kyo Kusanagi. And this woman is a clone of K-Prime's dead sister. So, and then Chrysalit is a clone of K-Prime. And then you get Kyo 1 and Kyo 2 as separate characters in 99 who are both clones of Kyo, even though Kyo himself is hidden in the game. And then you get Kusanagi, which is another... It just gets fucking stupid. Like, we got tired of Kyo, like, by 97, 98. And now, even though they're trying to get a new protagonist, K-Prime, we keep seeing Kyo everywhere. It got annoying. And perfect, my rant ended as soon as the 95 soundtrack ended. Go ahead and put on the 96 one quickly. Man, the day is just flying by, man.
The thing is with Whip, is that she has a very distinct look. And it's kind of basic. It's almost like the inverse problem of Leona.
Yeah.
Whereas Leona has a lot of things going for her right, they just chose the opposite direction.
Yeah.
They gave her a very basic hairstyle, a basic... In a lot of ways, her uniform kind of looks like a trench coat rather than a uniform.
Well, in 99, oh, sorry, I'm just trying to adjust the audio level right now. The song's a little too loud. But in 99, she's supposed to kind of blend in because you don't know how important she is to the story. What they did in 99, and I'm very unhappy they did this, they kind of broke it. They made teams of 4 instead of teams of 3. But you still fought in teams of 3.
Okay.
You just picked a 4th as kind of a striker to jump in to do an attack. So all your iconic 3-team characters suddenly had to add a 4th. So initially, you just think she's there as a 4th to fill out the Akari team with Leona, Ralph, and Clark. But then you find out, I believe through the Akari team's ending, and then in 2000, 2001, that she is actually a critical part of the story. But yeah, just looking at her as it is, just kind of dull and unassuming, even though that's kind of by design. The only thing that really does set her out is her whip, and that gives her stupid range.
That I'm gonna be honest about this one as well. I do not like whip because for some reason it seems like she was ripped from a different universe.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna post it right here because I completely forget that she is a King of Fighters character, because every single time when I play, I'm not playing for whip, but
Right.
when I played Metal Slug way back, I remember her being a Metal Slug, and when you look at some of the Metal Slug like basic troopers and villains, she fits it right in with Metal Slug.
Right. It's not like she fits in King of. It's like and we'll have this problem when we get to 15. It's like she's okay as it is, but she's just horribly cheap and annoying with that whip, and not in a good Billy Kane type of way. Because Billy Kane, he has other options, but whip just it gets aggravating.
Well, no, because that's actually good because she's what was it called? The fighting game. It was like Control, I think. What was the fighting game mechanic? Control, where you control the battlefield. So as long as you keep people at range, you can actually start to
zoning.
Zoning. Thank you.
Yeah, she's the quintessential zoner.
Yeah, she's the quintessential zoner. If she, like, if you're basing her purely on like fighting game mechanics, she is up there. Like, you could do some. Oh, Horseplay even suggested, like, whoops, great. She pulls out a fucking gun.
Yeah. Well, isn't that only if they're on the ground? That only hits them if they're on the ground?
I don't quite remember. I think she actually did have a gun mechanic. Like a straight attack.
Yeah, it's like in O2 Ultimate Match, I believe that's like one of her special attacks. But like you can't just whip out the gun at any time, I believe. But it's like, although that's with the long lasting characters, their tool sets do change slightly from year to year, so it may have been different in another game. But yeah, as like
you're right. It was the special that she had the gun for straight attacks.
Yeah.
Because it is mostly just the ground attack. But she can shoot the ground.
There you go. It's great if you're on the ground, and then it's just because you don't know whether to dodge the whip or block it, or she also has the long range grapple with the whip. She just pulls you over for steppies.
I didn't realize this. She pulls out 2 different guns.
Yeah.
For the ground attack, she pulls out the Desert Eagle. And for the special charge attack, she pulls out a gigantic revolver.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's something weird about using a gun in a fighting game. Like, I think very few people can actually get away with it. Like it's Stryker in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I always like that, where you bring a gun to a fighting game. It's just like, why not?
So personally,
uh,
I would put whip in like maybe B or BC.
yeah, I was gonna say B for basic.
Yeah, because she's still a little
Because
bit more interesting than Kasumi Toto because of the whip and everything, but not by much.
well, at that point, we're basing it off of her actual combat style. Like
Right.
we're basing it off of her fighting potential rather than the character itself, right?
Right. Well, what she could be as opposed to what she is. And you got to
Yeah.
go ahead and based on what they actually are and what she is other than the whip. There's really not a whole lot. Like I don't even know if they really develop her character in later games, especially after the cartel storyline, or if she's just
Oh.
there.
Apparently, in the Chinese version, she tossed firecrackers.
Chinese censorship, man. Isn't that something that's coming to light a lot these days? How the Chinese are censoring certain aspects of a lot of games and movies and stuff.
Yeah, they're going massive censorship happy with video games because of Tencent. They have a lot of pool, and because of that whole thing, they're able to censor a lot of things. So because as well, they're starting to get a lot more share in the mobile market, the mobile gaming market. So they're censoring like you wouldn't believe. So they're censoring MiHoYo in general is just censoring like crazy. It's starting to affect other games and other things like Snowbreak. They had to recently censor a bunch of things. It had an effect on Girls Front Line, which they had to censor a lot of the damage models. So if the character got damaged, the clothes, you have to have like a battle damaged character model, and they had to censor that. So yeah, they've been going on a massive censorship spree.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, doesn't that since we're kind of in a global market when it comes to PvP and stuff, doesn't
Yes.
that affect the gameplay
Uh,
when you're playing someone from another country?
it does. Yeah, because what ends up happening is now that you're living in a global market, they're censoring at the beginning stages. So they're censoring in China, which means by the time we get it, or by the time technically by the time it releases here, which isn't that far off, is usually like a few months back or a few months behind. We're already getting the censored version.
Yeah. They're unsexying
So-
your waifu. I know you won't stand for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's I could go into a massive thing because I hate censorship. I freaking hate censorship. But with the way that things are going, especially with how and Horseplay brings it up again. It's like the appeal of the Chinese market is too strong. So
Yeah.
theoretically speaking, a lot of the West could just say no. You're just we're getting the uncensored version, period. But they're not because they want the access to the Chinese market.
Because it's to the point where the stuff is not in there in the first place.
Well, let's put it this way. They have some characters which released. Hey, actually, I'll show you. Where is Google? Again, Shin Mona. Pop. Do they have the? Okay, they do not have. Do they have the censored version?
Well,
Okay, this works. This works. Here you go. Here's Mona. This is she was a iconic character for Genshin. And if you go into if you show her is right now, because she's able to she lore wise she's able to dive into like a portal. So her wearing like a swimsuit-esque outfit makes sense for her canonically in character. But if you look at if you click on the gallery and go all the way down to Pact of the Stars and Moons, they remove all of her ability to use the what's it called? So if you played early on, you got the uncensored Mona outfit. But let's say you were to start playing Genshin now, you're not going to have access to that old Mona outfit. You're going to get the new Mona outfit, which is this one, the censored version.
Right.
So that is the uncensored version. If you go to the gallery and go all the way down, so you can see the difference in the character design, and it actually did affect because they are censoring. Oh no! Go up a little bit. Up some more. I just want to see the picture itself. You'll see her in pants or like little shorts. Go up a little more. I mean that's good enough. That shows it. Because you'll see her in shorts rather than the bathing suit outfit.
Right.
So you cannot get the bathing suit outfit anymore if you start a new account.
Right.
Because that was considered the past account. So in order to make things fair, they're like, okay, you know what? We can't remove. We're giving you if you played this early, this is an alternate quote unquote outfit.
Right.
And if you're starting new, well, you don't get those outfits, even though that was the original design. And what they're doing is that they're censoring because they're censoring at the basic, like at base design. So going forward, every single cutscene is going to be of that new censored character because they're censoring the cutscenes as well, and they're censoring the cinematics. So
that's kind of surprising.
Yeah, it doesn't matter like what you do, where you go. They're censoring at that base, which means it doesn't matter what happens because it's already censored at its core design.
Right.
If you want a relevant stream topic, look up Chinese Mai Shiranui. Okay. Google. Chinese Mai Shiranui.
I don't want this to become an anti-censorship or anti-Chinese tirade or anything, but if it is relevant.
Yeah, they covered her up. I'm trying to find a.
It's not coming up on my.
Let me see if I can edit. Put in here. Do. There's that one. Let me see if I can find another one.
Right.
Let me see. That's a video, isn't it? That's a video.
Well, while you're looking for that, I'll go ahead and move on to the next character. Because. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
So they massively censored her.
I see. It's a little surprising, but I guess not that surprising when you think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, when it goes against the character personality and the design itself, that's where it starts to hurt, because that's going against the whole concept of Mai Shiranui.
Right.
Same as it ever was.
Well, it's definitely something to think about, man. Maybe idea for a future stream, but it's I mean, you can almost see where they're coming from. It is a different culture, but yeah.
No, it's not the different culture thing, because if you look, well, no, because you've seen the games that I play, the gacha games I play. So it isn't about the culture. It's about specifically this coming from the state because they want to have quote unquote Chinese sensibilities by state governed sensibilities. Otherwise, you'd probably have a lot.
Right.
Oh yeah, because politics and whatnot.
I really don't want. I was trying to be polite, senpai, but I really do not want to get into politics, man. That's a no on my channel. So let's just
okay
agree to disagree on that. All right.
Okay. Okay, so moving on.
Oh, I need to get some water.
Oh, okay. So in the meantime, let me see. Cold tongue. That's I brought up so many little tabs. No. Okay. Let me see. We're looking at this character.
Okay, so the only other female character in '99 introduced was Li Zhangfei, who was introduced in Real Bout. Who was introduced in Real Bout 2, Fatal Fury. So this wasn't the character who was initially created for the series. This is another one they imported in from Fatal Fury.
Oh, okay.
I never like. She's another one of those type of goofy type of girls. This one particularly obsessed with eating. I never used her a lot. I've always found her kind of awkward. The design is cute, but I don't know. I was never a huge fan of her.
She is. How do I put this? In the era and of the times, you always end up with the standard like the Chinese stereotype fighting character.
Right, and so, that's her.
Yeah. So for her, it was that. For Dead or Alive, there's also one. I think there's also Chun-Li was the stereotype one, but she broke that to some degree because most of them ended up going down like rice ball eating, martial arts mastering kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's Zhang Fei's thing, that she's obsessed with food as well.
Yeah. if it is not that, it's gonna be a panda.
Right.
or a drunken boxer.
Right. So I don't think, other than her being a goofy food obsessed character, I don't really think there's like a whole lot to her.
No, there wasn't much to her.
And I believe that this and like after 2002 we don't see her again. So
yeah, that tends to be
yeah, go ahead.
That tends to always be in that reign for these type of characters. Is right. I could delve into that, but I'm not going to. So I would say I would probably put her at C for China.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, she's cute.
It's nice to see the Real Bout series get some representation, but there's just really not much to the character at all.
Well, here's the thing: is that once you understand and know the character archetype and like the stereotype as well, you see that character almost in every single fighting game and every single anime genre, just everything. It's always going to be that one character. Even do you remember Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
It's been a while since I watched it.
Do you remember what was it? No, Lee was the little Chinese girl from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I think Lee was the emperor. It was the little girl.
I don't recall.
Oh, okay, never mind. But it's just going to be that. It's much in the same way like when you see a stereotyped American in Japanese anime and fighting games and whatnot. You're gonna have, it's gonna be obnoxiously American.
Right. And speaking of
cute.
and speaking of obnoxiously American, that actually brings us into King of Fighters 2000, and someone who is quite American, although I did find more of an interesting character than most. Vanessa, secret agent introduced in 2000. She and Seth. She has a boxer type. It's kind of interesting. They didn't have too many boxers in SNK, other than like the big ones, like Michael Max in 1. But she's a boxer type, and she's a drinker. She's a secret agent. One of those mysterious agent characters that popped up out of nowhere in 2000. And then once they actually started establishing the Ness Cartel storyline in 2001, you realize, that's why all these people with button-up shirts and ties are congregating everywhere. Now that mysteriously makes sense. But it's kind of cool to see a female boxer too. You don't see a lot of those.
I like Vanessa because she is in that. For one, she's a redhead.
Right.
2, she has a lot going for her. She has this what was that character? It was in Blaze Blue, I believe. Was it Blaze Blue?
Do you mean Bullet?
Was a character that was. Yeah, it was not only in. But there's there was a whole bunch of different subgenre of characters that were based off of that archetype of Vanessa.
Right.
Bullet is one of them. Then there was Bullet. Yeah, Bullet was one of them, and then there was also
and I think Bullet probably looks more like Angel than anyone else.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I just looked her up. Yep, she looks more like Angel. But there was another one. She was the special agent, and she was in a recent. She had the power of the wolf, that magical wolf. Why can't I think of it? I don't. I for some reason I'm completely.
Was that Kokonoe?
No, I don't believe so. It was. She throws a dolphin at people. It was from that. It was from that fighting game genre.
Dude, that's May from Guilty Gear.
Yeah, Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear. It was Guilty Gear. Characters. Oh God.
You're talking about Giovanna?
Yes, Giovanna. Thank you. My brain is just gone.
Yeah, Giovanna. Giovanna looks like just a ripoff, in my opinion, of Vanessa. Except she's got the suspenders instead of the tie and the wolf for some reason. Yeah, because but ever since Vanessa, it spawned that short, this weird subgenre of characters that look very similar, and if it's not almost exactly similar, it's going to be within like some degree of tangential resemblance. Yeah, it's weird, like well, with the button-up shirt and tie and everything, but they're there to beat the crap out of people.
But it's for that reason. You're gonna find a character that looks like Vanessa, and even though I kind of wish that Vanessa had more popularity, because then people would be able to find out this was the OG character that did this.
Well, they did bring her back for 14 and 15, although they didn't bring Seth back. Seth just kind of disappeared into ether somewhere. So she still does have the following.
Yeah, she has the following, but it's not. I just mean because Do you remember when Giovanna had that massive like resurgence of her following? Well, when she got released,
right?
Or when they were like that. I would like I want to like that level where it's just like, because if they I don't if they released Vanessa in today's day and age, would people would a new generation think that she's just a Giovanna ripoff? That's what I'm trying to get to.
I don't know. They did put her in 14 and 15, so I think that people still recognize her on their own.
Okay.
So I would definitely put her like in A B tier, if not A. What would you say?
I think cause I liked Vanessa. I like Vanessa a lot because I actually did play her. So I think that's I want to put her in A because of my own biases. But I think you're right. I think maybe A B.
All right. There we go.
Because I did like playing with Vanessa a lot because she was so entirely unique. Did you actually show off the animations?
I think I did. Hold on. There we go. It is. Okay, she is quite interesting.
Because she has such. How tall is she actually canonically? I didn't check.
She's got a lot of sass herself too.
Yeah, she actually does have a lot of sass. Does it say her height? Because she always struck me as a very tall character. It could just be that she's all legs.
Or maybe it's because you see her ducking over so much with that dodging of hers.
Ah. But she has so much detail in a lot of her. It's just I love pixel art. I love pixel art so much.
Yeah.
Because you get so much different details.
It's kind of a shame that they did go to 3D models for 14 and 15, but after the long delays in 11 and 12, you kind of understand.
I understand why they've gone to 3D, because once you have the 3D model, it's easier to do a lot of things, whereas all like actual pixel animation has to be individually animated.
Right.
And you have to account for every single pixel. Even though a modern day pixel fighter brought up to this would be probably really expensive to make.
Yeah. It's like with 13, it was ridiculously expensive, and there were so many frames of animation for each character. They delayed it so long that they just had to put out 12, and we don't talk about 12. But just basically a demo version of 13.
Oh, apparently. Oh, okay. But apparently Vanessa's moveset comes from Rick Stroud from Real Bout Fatal Fury 2.
It's kind of a shame that... Yeah, it's kind of a shame that they didn't actually bring over Rick Stroud, but they did bring out Li Zhangfei, the other character from the newcomers.
Ah. Huh. That's... At this point, I've stopped wondering why fighting games do the things they do, because they will bring they will do some like mind-boggling, like, why did you do this? Like, why did you bring this character and not this other character? They do some weird things. They and it's almost like the opposite of what like FPS genre does. Like they make really weird decisions. Really weird decisions that I cannot, for the life of me, other than maybe like spreading out, so that way you're not bringing out a constant rotation rather than bringing in a mainstay.
Right. And with some of these longer running series like KoF or the Street Fighter Saga or Tekken 8, you get so many characters that people are going to complain no matter who you decide to keep and leave out.
Okay, Horseplate said it right here. It's like, what would sell more, buff dude or hot chick?
There you go.
Yeah,
That's why.
I mean,
That's what.
you
That,
basically summed up my whole entire mindset.
that's why we're here today doing this tier list, baby. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and move on with 2000. This is one of the weirdest fucking designs I've ever seen KOF do. This is a young schoolgirl, I believe from Germany. I'll double check it. Hinako Shijo, but she's a sumo wrestler.
Okay, I did not expect that.
Yeah, she's a freaking sumo.
I always thought she was what's it called? Like a nun or one of those Christian schoolgirl types.
Yeah, she is a schoolgirl, but she is also a sumo. You see her doing the hands thing right there and the sumo slap. And there's the stomp with the gratuitous panty shot, of course. You know, it's a schoolgirl, so that's a weird area. But yeah, you look at her and you don't think she's a sumo, but it's an interesting concept, but I never really got the handle of her.
I don't remember her that much.
It's like I think she was only in, because they didn't introduce. She was an original character made for 2000, and I'll double check. I've got the K website on my phone. She was in 2000, 2001, 03, and then they didn't bring her back until 15. So she's not had a ton of exposure, but she's a more recent character. I don't know, like the whole disconnect of just looking at her and thinking about what she is, and then finding out she's a sumo. That's kind of funny, but well, like I said, once the joke goes away, you just got to look at the character itself. And I'm kind of not feeling it because she does look kind of bland as far as schoolgirls go.
Yeah, when you think of like. Yeah, Now that you think, now that you bring it up, it's weird. It is kind of a weird outfit, isn't it?
Yeah, especially considering that she's a sumo wrestler.
Oh no, I'm not throwing that throwing that away because it's that oh god, there's a trope for this. It's like the strong girl. It's almost the opposite of the pint-sized pummeler, where you have the shortest, smallest, petite girl with a big-ass mallet.
Right.
And then you have on the opposite side, like a petite, normal-sized girl, but she has like the power of a god.
Well, funny you bring it up. We'll get to the big-ass mallet in a little bit. But as far as Hinako herself, it's kind of a funny contrast. I'd probably put her like maybe B, B, C. Because once you get over the joke that she's a sumo, there's not a lot to her. And
some of the characters in this list are exactly that. Kasumi Toto, Leona Harden, hot chick replacement from some old guy. You forgot how much Japan loves cute girls.
Yeah. But luckily, KOF does a lot. They do all types. Because you get the sexier types like Mai and all of them, and the more story-driven characters like Leona Heiderum. You get a big variety, and it's great. And you have to get a big variety because it's a 3-on-3 game. You're controlling the whole team, or 4-on-4 since we're in the Nest saga.
Ah, okay.
Hinako was originally going to look more like an actual sumo wrestler. Yeah, I'm not surprised they threw that out. It'd be kind of neat to see that as a concept, but I can understand why they didn't go for it.
I remember her vaguely. I just don't remember her or remember playing with her or as her.
Yeah, but I believe she was kind of hard to get a hang of.
I definitely remember because right out the gate, I thought she was a nun. And I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe? Yeah, because I legitimately don't remember her. Yeah, I would agree with you. Like, it's somewhere in C.
Right. Well, here's a character I'm sure everyone will remember. This is the end of the 2000s. The sub boss to 2000. A character who's kind of become one of the mascots of the company. Kula Dime,
Oh yes.
the little ice girl. It's hilarious. K Prime is the real quote unquote hero of the Nest Cartel saga, but no one gives a shit about him anymore. Everyone likes Kula. She even made it into DOA 6. And I can kind of see why.
Yeah, because Kula
Kind of adorable.
yes, she well, it's not only adorable, but she has a very very unique design.
Right.
So when you even her if you look at her pixel art, because I remember her, I distinctly remember her. She has like a very very cute design, like very cute movement, everything, like everything about her is just unique and cute, cool and cute.
Yeah, and it's not like even
And,
sexualized or anything because
and
it is a full bodysuit. And
no,
then she just
yeah, it's just a
and
bodysuit.
yes, she's an ice using character, but she's swinging on friggin' ice skates, and I believe there's one game where she can actually drop a snowman on your head. It's adorable. As opposed to her rival, which is kind of the boring anti uh, anti-hero kind of douchebag K Prime. She really stands out a lot more.
She does stand out a lot more,
Plus,
and
like,
she
yeah, even technically, I like to use her because I'm not a huge fan of her projectile, which is just kind of a little burst forward. But she has a great spinning kick. She has a great upper. She's got a lot of great tools to use too.
okay. It was page 5 right here.
Page
Like
five.
like you can see, yeah, page 5. You can see exactly how much more detail a certain model has.
Yeah,
Oh, in the animations. Oh, in the animations, I meant.
right. I'm in the animations now. I
Oh,
believe it's yeah, because some of them are when they moved up to 12 and 13, they really stepped up the pixel art.
yes, and I wish they stuck with that. Even though I know and understand the reason why they go to 3D, I I wish there was more pixel art. 'Cause
Well,
that's just my jam. I love the
w-
pixel art.
well, even before the transition to the 3D models, they realized they couldn't keep putting out a game every single year. So that's why after 2003, you get XI and XII and 14 and 15, etc.
Yeah,
It's like that games were getting so much more
but
complicated, and they just couldn't like add one new boss and one new team every year and call it a day.
yeah, but that's kind of the thing is that you don't need a new fighter every year. You could just go with 1 year and have DLC or have like add-ons onto that,
Right, and
because
that's
otherwise
what
you
they're
end up
doing
with
this
in the
year.
sports. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they're
because then you
doing
end up
these
with
days with 14 and 15.
yeah, which is a better route, because then
Right.
it gives you time to cook on the when you finally make another one.
Right.
Because you don't want to be in the same situation where you have a sports ball every single year, or you end up with a Call of Duty every single
Yeah.
year. Like,
Because
at what
then
point?
eventually you go to the you go to the discount bin, and the discount bin is completely full of the previous year's sports games for like $5, $10.
Yeah,
Because there's just nothing
not even that.
mechanically different. At least with the Nest Cartel games, they tried something mechanically different with the option to play a four-person team and the strikers. It really didn't work, but the option was still there.
Ah, okay. But
Okay.
I never been a part of that whole one a year kind of thing. I would rather them go 1 year, take a year off, and then just patch and add on to it. And then the following year, like every other year, they should be making a game at at best or at worst.
Yeah, because even WWE had to do that recently. They had to skip a year on their games.
I will not accept this case slander. Kate is cool because, like Iori, he is much of unironic, broody edgelord that has become genuinely endearing. You're getting called out, Splats. You're getting called out.
I don't know, man. It's just the dude whips. He yeets his sunglasses at you, and it's sad when your friend is giant robot Elvis, and he's more charismatic than you, man. I saw Dikundo, which is cool. Yeah, but I don't know, man. It just his fireball kind of annoys me too, because first you got to do the little whippy fire ring in front of you, and then you got to do another command to kick it out to be a proper fireball. Just like don't have one at that point. It just gets annoying. But yeah, as far as Kula goes, I would definitely at least put her in the A tier, just for the kind of change that she made.
I would say she's probably AS.
AS.
Only because
I could see that with Athena and Blue Mary. I could definitely see that.
Yeah. Regardless of what or where you are, you've seen Kula. You've seen her in Mugen. You've seen her in a bunch of other games. Like wherever there's a fighting game, you're gonna know of her.
Yep.
Because she's just that unique. Even if you don't know much about her character or anything else, you've seen her design.
Right. And then, like I said, she is fun to play with as well in most of the games. She is one of the many Shoto characters. Fuck! I've got one of the websites on my phone, and I've got a fucking voicemail. I'm just double checking to see who it's from. It looks like it just might be a political ad or something. Fuck. But now that completes 2000, and I believe there are 3 characters for 2001, and that brings us to the end of Nests. Start out with. I downloaded all these earlier today, and I pre-organized them just to make sure. We're gonna start with 2001. Now, 2001 brought a weird mechanic. Instead of playing 4 teams, play 3 characters and a striker. You can fight with all 4 if you want. You can fight with 3 or 2 or 1. It's like they thought the answer to the problem was trying to change the mechanics of King of Fighters itself. And I think they realized it didn't work, because when 2002 came out, they went back to just the 3 character thing. So we start out with a member of the Nest Cartel team. In 2001, it was Kula. Then there was K9999, his whole fucking thing, the Tetsuko ripoff guy. And then there was... it was Kula, Foxy... Angel. Yeah, we'll get to Angel in a little bit. But this was Foxy, swordswoman, worked with Kula, one of the people who turned into a good guy at the end of 2001. Not too much about her other than I think this may have been this and 02, which was another dream match, were her only appearances.
I don't remember this character at all.
Well, the only thing about her is number 1, the sword, and she had her super move. She and heroes. She slams into you with her super move, and then you both die. So that was really the only thing that stood out about her. I don't know whether that was supposed to play into her role in the greater Nest cartel storyline, but yeah, she blows herself. It's like that one thing with, what was it, Dan Hibiki, his special, where it's like a raging demon, but he explodes and dies himself. That's unironically what she does. Other than that, and the sword, and the weird fucking hairdo, but there's not a lot to her.
But not a joke character.
Yeah, she's played 100% serious. I don't know, it's like, I think she's the first black woman in KoF, but there's just really not a lot to her. I think so. I'm not sure. It depends. I think it depends on the artist.
Oh, okay.
But
I,
she's either black or she's one of the clones, because a lot of the clones in the Nest Cartel saga have the tan skin. Or London
okay.
Master would call it Diana. Basically, she hangs out with Diana and babysits Kula when necessary. There is a whole ton to her, and I believe after 2002 we don't see her again.
I can see
I
why. 'Cause I don't.
yeah,
I legitimately do not remember her.
there's not much. It's basically, she's got a sword. She and heroes. That's about it. I'd say CD tier.
Yeah. Uh. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, yeah. Because I wish I could remember her. Because that way I could actually have more
And
say.
well, I
But
myself, I'll admit myself, I haven't played 14 or 15. So once we get to that tier, that's probably going to go a lot faster because there are a lot of characters that I haven't had a ton of experience with myself.
Oh, okay.
But they make up for it because there's a ton of them. But yeah, here's one I think everyone
Well,
remembers though.
yeah. Even chat agrees. Foxy is meh.
Yeah, it's like she says about as much as Candy, who's the toy robot that Kula likes to draw on and stuff. But without the 2000 and what's NESCAR team, NESCartel team, we would not have Angel. It looks like Angel, but I believe it's pronounced Angel because she's
It depends.
Spanish.
Yeah, it depends on the dialect. Because
Right.
for every other region, it's Angel, but for South America and whatnot, it's Angle or Angel. Like it is pronounced with a very heavy accent.
Yeah, sometimes they put the actual accent symbol on the A. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah,
Now Angel, like
which would help.
now, what's weird about Angel is that she came in a very dark. Like I think this was during the bankruptcy proceedings and everything, and they had a few different teams work on O1, and she was created by the I believe the Mexican team that was working on O1. So they've got actually a lot
Oh,
of influence of professional wrestlers in here, to the
I knew
point
it.
where yeah her super finish. Oh my god, to the point where her finisher
Yes, it's
is
like
literally the people's elbow. Look right
yes.
here.
Thank you.
It's the people's elbow, man.
Now,
It's fucking hilarious.
Angel, I do remember because I remember playing the hell out of her because she was my favorite, and
I,
every single version that had her, I played with her.
she's an awesome character. She's hilarious, and I love the wrestling references and stuff. Problem is, I could never play as her, but oh lord, because she's a chain. I believe they call him a chain circle character, where it's kind of like just input after input after input. She's not a traditional Shoto or charge character or anything. It just made her way too hard for, especially since there are a couple moves, including I believe that the people's elbow, where you have to do with the character on the ground. You have to do like very specific timing. So I love the character, I do,
Yeah,
but I could never really get a hang of her. Supposedly she stopped
I
here.
yeah, I think Angel's always has always been top tier in almost every single fighting game because she's just that unique and that beloved as well.
Yeah,
Because I think, uh, if I'm not too mistaken, I think they made her big in both Central and South America because she
yeah,
was like the she's uh for I think for like a majority it was my Shiranui, but for South and Central America it was Angel.
right. And
So
Horseplay
she
is
is
correct. He was talking about what I was talking about with the Mexican development team. I forgot the name. Thank you. Avosia won a bet and got to create the character. It's why Angel
Oh,
has gambling in her dislikes. And I believe she likes sliced cactus also. And why?
okay.
So she is like the Mexican character, and you can tell a lot of love went into her, and it's
Yeah, a
just a
lot
lot
of
of
love went
kind
into
of
her.
weird, bizarre stuff that just it just works coming together. And she's kind of wacky, sassy, sexy type of character.
Yeah,
Um,
she has a lot of energy in her attacks too.
yeah,
It is I love that energy because it's almost like I can't quite describe it because she's a unique blend.
yeah,
She is almost like a combo rush down and mix and switch up
yeah.
kind of character.
It's
It
like
is like it,
I never really got a hold of those chain circle characters like her until Oswald came around. But Oswald still had the
okay.
quarter circle inputs, so it still felt like a Shoto character. With Angel, you gotta memorize a whole new set of things. So I personally would put
Yeah,
her at AS. Personally, the only
I
reason I wouldn't put her at S is just because how hard she was to use. If you remember.
I would put her at S with because if you're gonna put my up there, you have to put because Angel has been right up there. She's almost if not more iconic than mine. So I
I,
that's why
I,
I want to put her at S.
well, I'd say she's Maya's still arguably more iconic, but I would definitely say yeah, she's bigger than Athena, Blue Mary, or even Kula at this point. To the point
Yes, she
where
is.
like there was a lot of cheering when they finally put her in 15. Then they
Yeah,
brought
because people yeah because
yep
people wanted her. They've wanted her for so long, and I believe because she is in a lot of different fighting games as a collab character. She was in Street Fighter, I believe. Was she not?
no Maya was announced for Street Fighter 6.
No. I'm talking about Angel.
Right. No, I don't think On Hell was in. I'll check your page. They actually, another great thing about um, the Fighters generation is they show all the games they've been in. But nah, she's only been in, as far as actual fighting games, 01, 02, Unlimited Match, 14, and 15. So she sat out the Ash Crimson saga, and then they brought her back for the current saga.
Oh, okay.
But
Because
it was Terry and Mai that were announced for Street Fighter 6.
I'm almost positive she was in a bunch of other games. King of Fighters, she was in a lot of games. But I think you're right. I think you're right. I think she's on. Uh,
Well, look right
yeah, I
down
don't
here.
think
I think Frank is right, and Frank himself put it down here. You do not fuck with my man Frank. Frank, the headmaster of Fighters Generation, man. Just take a quick moment for anyone who new who may be coming and stopping by. My name is Amanda Splatts. I'm a VTuber, Babaniku with flavor, running with fellow Babaniku Cara Malone, and we are doing a tier list to celebrate the 30th anniversary of KOF. And I believe we just have we finished with the Nest Cartel era yet? And it's like that. I'm sorry if that's
uh,
annoying, but that's something that I just like to do occasionally if I go really long and just reintroduce everything. Because I didn't just put the call out on my Twitter and everything. I actually went over to the Fighters Generation Discord, so I may have a few actual fight fans dropping by also. But no,
oh, okay.
sorry, there is one character from the Nest saga that I forgot, but it's also someone that a lot of people forget, because I think she only had one appearance or two appearances, and that would be Mei Lee. Some people get a little pissed off when you bring up Mei Lee. She's the one they brought in 01 to round out Kim Kaplon's Taekwondo team. Although she's something that's kind of rare for King of Fighters. She's a stance character because she got the
Oh,
Taekwondo
it's this
stance.
girl.
Yeah, and then she's got the superhero Sentai Kamen Rider type stance.
Okay, yeah, I remember her vaguely. remember the little mouse ears that she had, and the scarf, the red scarf.
I think those are supposed to be goggles because she's supposed to be like a Kamen Rider type character, hence the giant belt and everything.
I thought it was yeah, I thought it was meant to be like what those the you know how in character design they put like animalistic qualities in some characters. So
Right.
for Angel, it was more cat-like, and with her, I saw more mouse features in her. Even though she has, I think it was what's it called?
She got a
frog.
cape. Oh yeah, she does have a frog on her.
Oh, it's a cape.
On her outfit.
I could. Oh no, wait.
Yeah, it's a cape. Oh no, it's a scarf, is it?
Yeah.
Because isn't that what the Sentai show type characters wear? The scarf.
No, it's mixed up. And on some of these she has a cape, and some of these she has a scarf.
That's weird. Well, it's weird also because I believe she only had 2 appearances. She premiered in 01, and then everyone on the online space fucking hated her because she replaced King in 2002 with Mai and Yuri, and people were so I think that was the first time King had ever sat down an episode of King of Fighters because of Melee, and people were so furious that they had to bring her back for the home console ports. King did. King and I believe Shingo too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so she got a lot of hate. That I don't think it was.
Character?
I don't know if all the hate was deserved. Like, it's not the most interesting, but it's kind of neat to have a stance character in KOF.
No, it's the fact that they got rid of a beloved character with a relatively unknown one. It's much the same way. Like if they got rid of Mai for I'm trying to think of a character. Like what character?
Hanako.
Huh?
Hanako, the sumo. You see, you already forgot who she was. That's how bored she was. Yeah, you're right. Horseplay. Melee was created by Yolit, the Korean developers who also helped out. You can almost understand why 01 was such a clusterfuck of a game when you realize that there are like 4 or 5 different companies working on it during the SNK's bankruptcy. And that's why when 2002 came out, they went back to the basics. Just 3-person teams, final boss is Rugal again. And they kind of forgot about Ness for a while until they released 02 Unlimited match and just brought everyone back like they did for 98. But yeah, she's kind of interesting, but I don't know. It's like, I never used her too much. I'm not too into stance characters. She just kind of went into...
Neither have I. I distinctly remember, because I remember her jumping around and dancing around with the scarf.
Yeah. I think it was just too hard to keep her in hero mode, the other stance, because I believe if you got hit, it knocked you out of it.
I legitimately don't remember.
Well, as a character, I'd probably say maybe not as boring as Yang Fei, but I'd probably say maybe BC, a BC
Yeah, I would
tier.
say B. Yeah, I would say B.
All right, with whip.
The only thing that she has really going for her is that scarf. It's just my own personal, what's it called? But seeing characters in scarves with video games, it does things for me. Especially if they're red scarves, because then you get a nice little animation trail right behind you.
Right.
So whenever you like, it has to be either a scarf or a long ponytail. Like you have to if you have that like. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where you're going back, forth, up, down, and you have like a piece of clothing or hair bouncing around you.
Right. It's more. It's like since she does have the short hair bob, it is something to kind of flow behind her. Plus, like you said, the whole allusions to be. It's just like it just didn't make a whole lot of sense because she was on the Korean team with Kim, Chang, and Choi. She just kind of did not, and that was one of the big design choices, I guess, that they didn't think about when they switched from teams of 3 to teams of 4 is that all of these poochies they added at fourths for like Lin and Bao and Mei Li. When they decided to drop that and go back to teams of 3, a lot of them just never showed up again. Like Mei Li doesn't show up after 02.
But I can see that. I could legitimately see, because nothing about her really stands out. Like, because if you look at other, like, because I always thought she was a mouse, but now that I'm looking at her character design, she's a frog.
Yeah, she's got the frog on her shirt.
Yeah. So the goggles on her head are meant to be like little frog eyes.
Yeah.
So when you think about characters that have like frog-like aesthetics, you're thinking like Frogget, or like not Froggy, Frogget, Froppy from My Hero Academia and other such like frog-like character and frog-like aesthetics. So she does, outside of like the head portion, nothing about her really screams out. Even from a Sentai perspective, like a Sentai hero perspective, there's nothing here that screams a Sentai character or Sentai hero outside of the scarf.
And like I said, dude, having her on the Taekwondo team, even though her main style is Taekwondo, it just doesn't make a ton of sense.
Yeah.
So just double checking what's next. That officially ends the Nest's cartel saga. We fought the fucking aliens who were trying to clone people, and we're mildly successful. And now we're into probably one of the more controversial eras as far as the storyline goes, the Ash Crimson saga. Focusing on this French dude named Ash, who you think he's a bad guy because he steals everyone's the abilities, the things they use, the magic mirror and the sword and everything from Kyo, Yori, and Shizuru that they use to seal away Orochi. And then you find out in 13 that no, he's just trying to stop Orochi himself. And then there's time traveling shit. And the time traveling shit, as broken as it is, plays into why they're bringing everyone back to life in 14 and 15. And surprisingly enough, I believe there are only 5 characters from the Ash Crimson saga. Technically 4.5, but we'll get to that. So we'll start with one of the weirder ones, Malin. I believe she only had one appearance, if not 2. I think she's one of those. It's rare that a character only gets one appearance unless you're a boss, but she only had 2 appearances. She's kind of a thug, kind of a thief. It's weird because she has a giant mallet, but she also has her claws and primarily fights with a yo-yo. Although it's not nearly as
she's basically the budget Bridget.
Yeah, great value Bridget. Although, let's see if they got the animation. One of her specials. There you go. It is indeed a giant.
The mallet.
But I don't think she actually adds much to the story. She's just kind of a minor character, and they don't do a whole ton with her. Like I said, it's unfair. It's just my fighting style. Her whole gimmick is she fights and she cheats. That's pretty much it.
I mean, that makes sense though. Like, if you're in a fight for your life, don't fight fair.
Yeah, but there's a difference between like fighting for your life and KoF, which is usually supposed to be like a sport. I said mode of combat, style that utilizes various legal and illegal weapons. So
wait,
I'm sorry.
KoF was actually KoF was actually like a legit competition.
Well, in the storyline, KoF is an actual tournament that is held by.
Oh.
In '94, it was held by Rugal because he wanted to take the winners and turn them into bronze statues for his collection. And we assume that's what happened to the '94 sports team, why we never see them again. And then '96, it's Shizuru who holds the tournament to find the people who could defeat Gainitz and the Hakushi. And then basically protagonists in KoF are fucking stupid, because they don't realize, hey, maybe we should stop holding tournaments because evil people keep influencing them. To the point where the plot of King of Fighters 14 is this big chunky guy named Antonov. He claims that he was the first ever King of Fighters ages ago, and he comes back and he's the sub boss of 14. But then out of fucking nowhere, a guy named Verse comes in, and he's like a weird time travel alien thing.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the real man's man.
Because I could have sworn that the King of Fighters was actually just like an actual fighting event, not a tournament.
Well, interesting thing that before King of Fighters had its own game series, the term King of Fighters was the name of a tournament in the Fatal Fury universe. And if I remember correctly, the first ever technical actual King of Fighters was Billy Khan.
Oh, okay.
Because that's why you fight him right before you fight Geese. So where were we? Marlin, I think. Yeah, we were on Marlin. I don't know. I'd say the only thing about her is that she's cheating to win with the yo-yos and everything. It's kind of interesting, kind of, but I never used her because she was kind of confusing also. I'd probably put her like a C, if not a CD.
Yeah, I'd put her C too.
Yeah, because she's more interesting than Foxy.
Well, if you compare her to Bridget, because that's what I'm viewing her as, is just budget Bridget.
Yeah, Bridget, but she's a criminal. Like, she's a douchebag.
Yeah.
Okay, now, I told you to put a pin in this one earlier. Remember... Hey, Frank...
The only guy who treats KO...
Oops, sorry.
Chat. Antonov is the only guy who treats KOF like an actual fighting game, like a fighting tournament. No tricks. He just wants to fight a strong people.
Yeah, that and whoever ends up holding the tournaments on the years where they're legitimate, like 98 and 02. Rose Bernstein in 13. I believe Rose Bernstein's the one who holds the 13 tournament. I don't know if she has anything to do with those from the past or not. I can't play 13 because they have not unfucked the Steam version of 13 yet. SNK, I am asking you, Johnny SNK, if you're watching this, please do two things. You would make me a very happy Splat if you could do things. One, we want a collection of the Hyper Neo Geo games, because there were only 7 that were ever made in former fighting games. That's cool. And also, please unfuck KOF 13 for Steam. Thank you.
Ahoy!
So, as far as I told you back in 96, 97, Shizuru's sister died trying to protect the sacred treasure from Leopold Gainitz. Problem is, in 2003, her sister comes back. I forget. There's a weird one. Frank. The reason I wanted to bring up Frank, and I'm gonna have to go to our URLs quickly, is that they messed up with this one on the website. Maki doesn't have her own page on the main directory, but I believe you can link to Maki's page through Shizuru's page. Or either that around this. No, I apologize. There was another loop there. So basically, I'll go back to yours. No, I'm thinking of someone else. But no, basically, Shizuru's dead sister, Maki Kagura, comes back in 03. Because the gimmick of 03 is they did the tag team that Marvel vs. Capcom was doing. And that was them trying to innovate like they did with the Cartel storyline. So, the sub-boss for the True Route in 03, you fought both Shizuru and Maki at the same time. And it really didn't make a whole lot of sense, because they said Maki died in 96. But then, it's just, it was an illusion created by Shizuru. So she kind of revived her kind of sort of revived her dead sister to fight alongside her, and it wasn't even the final boss. It was just a. It just literally looks exactly like her, and she only has like one or two slightly different moves. It's fucking stupid. Rose Bernstein was under mind control by Botan in 13. Yeah, but yeah, I forgot because the whole "I will never forgive you" thing at the end of 03, right? That was Botan. But then Botan and that group of Lynn's assassins or whatever, they never actually became playable characters. Like, they're on the KoF website, but they're not actual playable characters, so I didn't include them. But yeah. So if Shizuru is CD, I would probably put Maki as a solid D, because it's literally just Shizuru's dead sister.
Yeah.
So we get
for dead.
Yeah. So we get to move on to the actual interesting characters. So I showed. This is the Ash Crimson saga. This woman, Elizabeth Blantorch, she's the real hero of the Ash saga.
Yes, I remember her.
So while Ash Crimson is running around stealing the mirror and the sword and everything, Elizabeth is actually trying to save people the legit way. To the point where in KoF 13, Ash is on his own, and Elizabeth teams with Shenwu and Duo Long, Ash's old friends. So you could argue that she's the real hero of the Ash Crimson saga. And I kind of like her style. Like, I was never good at her with all the juggles, but I like her style. It's like the kind of Japanese / British, and even she got the fucking riding crop to beat the crap out of you with.
Well, she has that that almost like lady classic lady style to her.
A kind of elegance, like Rose of Versailles type of thing.
If you did you ever play the Persona versus fighting games?
I've not had the chance yet.
Oh, look up Mitsuru Kurijo.
How do you spell that?
Let me. I wonder if they have it in here. Let me look up M-I Mitsuru.
Here she is. Her?
Yep, that's her.
I can see the similarities, yeah.
So she has that. Mitsuru Kurijo is has a strong fetish for like the French, but it's much in the same way like the that same thing.
Right.
She's it's like that lady style elegance to it.
Yeah, type of heavily influenced by what's her name, Lady Oscar, Rose of Versailles, where it's like, except that she is sexy, but she's also, you can tell, because like if Shizuru got being the girl boss wrong one, then Elizabeth kind of gets being the girl boss right, because you're just she's there for business. So.
Because it does, you don't lose any of that elegance or any of that femininity or anything else. It's just a good, solid character.
Right. Plus, you don't usually think of a riding crop as a weapon, but when you put it into practice, you kind of see, because it's short, it's flexible. It's not like a full-on whip or anything. Like, I don't think I ever got a hold of her juggles or anything, but she does have a lot of interesting options and a different look, especially for the King of Fighters series, who has like traditionally Japanese or Americans, to have something like as blatantly European as this. It's kind of an interesting change of pace. It's just too bad that it was wasted on the tail end of the Ash Crimson saga, where basically the main plot line is Ash tries to stop those from the past from opening up the door to time. Saikai, the final boss of 13, ends up opening the door anyways, and then Ash gets possessed by evil, and Elizabeth has to stop him and save him, which is why I say Elizabeth is the real fucking hero of the Ash Crimson Saga. And then they stop the people from the past from using the time loop to be evil fuckers. But since those from the past end up dying, Ash Crimson, who is one of their descendants, ends up disappearing as well, and she carries her with her the burden that she's the only person who remembers her precious friend Ash when he's been wiped from time and space.
I'm wondering if I ended up skipping this year because I remember her. I remember playing this at a friend's place. And I distinctly remember her, but I don't remember anything else from that era.
Well, 12 was weird. 12 didn't actually have a story. The whole story was in 03, 11, and 13. And she wasn't actually introduced until 11. So basically all of her story, all of her involvement is 13 itself. Elizabeth went from dominatrix aristocrat in terms of design. Elizabeth never really used the writing prop, more of a characterization prop. They got rid of it in 15. Oh, that makes sense. They do with the juggles and the magic and everything. But yeah, it's you look at some of the previous designs in the Nest Saga and the Orochi Saga. Her design is kind of a breath of fresh air. I would put it like a solid B, if not A or B, if not A B.
Yeah, I would put that in there because she's not.
She's not like Yuri like or Vanessa levels, but she is quite interesting in her own right. She's something different.
Yeah.
Hold on, the 90. we really are.
I love the theming that we're going with now. I love that theming we're going with. We have whip in B, and then we now have Elizabeth the riding crop in B.
Shit. Who else is in B? I'm sorry. I was just switching over. The 96 soundtrack ended. I'm putting on 97 now. And I got it muted initially because, for some reason, the website puts it in at maximum volume. But yeah, B Whip of Elizabeth and Mei Li with the cape and or the fucking scarf. So we got two more. Believe it or not, like I said, the Ash Crimson Saga only had 5 characters, 5 female characters. So the next one is I believe it's Momiji. There's. No, that's not her. Fuck, what is her name? I'll check. It's not Momiji. It's let me consult the webpage. Pull up the webpage again. Because I got one of them running on my phone. Because this is a big event. I don't want to risk everything slowing down. Oh, Momoko. Momoko is there. I believe she was there to fill out a spot in the Psycho Soldier team with Athena and all of them. Kind of a weird newcomer. It's like, what's that? What's that weird story about the peach, the monkey that eats the peach?
The monkey that eats the peach.
Yeah, like the peach and then becomes immortal or something.
I don't know. I think I know what you're talking about because there's a whole bunch of stories that involve peaches. Momotaro.
Oh yeah, the old Japanese epic with the Monkey King. Because it's like Goku. I believe they originally modeled him after that. So this is basically this again. She's supposed to be like a monkey essentially, as she's a capoeira character.
Oh.
And I believe she's one of the rare characters that only made one appearance. Like they brought her in 11, but they didn't bring her back for 12 or 13. So is he just kind of
I can see the monkey aspect.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot
She
to
kind
her.
of looks like a monkey.
So I believe they teamed her with Athena, and she's got some neat animations because she's supposed to be the Capoeira character, but I don't know. I don't think I used her too much. I don't think I played Oath 11 that much, period, even though I owned it for PS2 and got a couple of console exclusive characters like Tung Fu Ru and Otaru Futaba. I don't think I used her that much, but she is adorable. She is cute.
I thought she was an NPC.
Yeah, you get the. It's like
I don't remember.
I do believe she had a. I know Athena has a couple NPCs, but no, she was actually a playable character.
I may have just skipped out on this year because I don't remember any of those characters outside of Elizabeth. Because Elizabeth, I distinctly remember. I don't remember any of those.
Well, they brought Elizabeth back for 11 and 13. Momoko was just relegated to 11. And that was, like I said, another one of the weird ones where it's a tag team game. And then they kind of destroy a lot of the core mechanics of the series. So, like I said, she's one of the rare characters. Oops, sorry.
Oh,
hard to play with and bad.
Apparently hard.
I'm sorry for talking over you, Senpai. I believe there's a delay because we're using the virtual camera so you can see my screen in real time. But yeah, Momoko is cute, but there's not a lot to her. I would... it's like, she's not a bad design like Foxy, so I'd say like maybe a C.
Yeah, I would say C.
And then, believe it or not, we've only got one character left for the Ash Crimson saga. That one flies right by, but they more than make up for it in 14 and 15. And this is one I'm pretty sure you're familiar with. Yep. Bon Chene.
Yep, I know her.
It's when in 11 they started putting a ton of characters from Mark of the Wolves in there because Mark of the Wolves was so super. I like Mark of the Wolves. It's one of the few fighting games in history that does the thing where they replace like 90% of the cast, but it's still a really good game. Because like I think it's just Terry and that's it. Although City of the Wolves is bringing back like Mai and Billy and all of them as well as the Mark of the Wolves cast. Which she is iconic. Like
yeah, she is like majorly iconic.
Hey Frank, I found a broken picture.
Apparently her fighting style is very costly as well and punishing.
Yeah.
But
who
yes,
Bond?
yeah, the monkey girl.
But yeah, Bijane, like I said, because she was in Guru, she wasn't brought over to KoF proper for a while. But I think everyone loved it when she did. She was, because they brought 11. It's weird though. She was in 11, but we don't see her again until 15. And I almost wonder if they only put her in 15 because she was in City of the Wolves.
Ooh, okay. It could be, maybe. Because I remember B Janet. Because she was the like pirate girl. So you had her, you had because there weren't many pirate themed characters in fighting games at the time.
Yeah, there's her. There was May from Guilty Gear.
Yeah, there was her, May,
and Captain Kidd from World Heroes. There are probably a couple of obscure ones that I'm forgetting about, but yeah, Bon Chene is definitely Bon Chene and May from Guilty Gear are definitely the most popular ones. I do love her design. I love using her. She is my main in Mark of the Wolves. But as far as King of Fighters goes, she hasn't made an absolute massive impact yet. But they did bring her back for 15, so that's a big mark for her.
Yeah. I wish they would do more with her because she has a really nice design. I love that design.
Yeah, I would definitely put her in A tier, if not a S tier. I'd definitely at least a solid A tier.
I mean, she's yeah. I would also say that because she's instantly recognizable. She is fun to play with. I would say A. I would say A.
Yeah, because she may not be as iconic as Kula or Athena or Blue Mary, but she still definitely holds her own.
Yeah. I'm looking at this. I'm like, AS. That like, do I see B Janet? I like her. I like her a lot.
I'm also trying to weight it a little bit by the impact she had on KOF, as opposed to SNK in general.
Yeah,
so that's why I put Athena as high as I did, because even though she may have not have had as much impact outside of KOF, she was still in. She's the only female character in every mainline KOF.
Yes.
But that's only because 12 was so small.
I think it's my own personal bias. I think I want to place her higher because of that bias. Fucking Yaru pirate lady.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I do main her in Mark of the Wolves, but I didn't use her a lot in 11. But I believe Leona was not in 11, and that really pissed me off. Actually buying the game and realizing that my main, who was in there since 96, was gone. So that actually brings us to the end of the Ash Crimson saga. And now I think you have not played 14 or 15, have you?
I don't believe so. I think those are the ones I skipped.
I'll be totally honest, neither have I. But we've got, like, I believe 14 or 15 different characters that were in 14 and 15 alone. So we may speedrun a few of them, but this does play, and the storyline plays into why they're bringing back all the dead characters. So those from the past, Ash Crimson and Elizabeth, stop the time loop from those from the past from going back and starting their evil plan over again, like they did in like Garland in Final Fantasy 1. But in 14, the final boss is a guy named Verse. This weird torch-looking guy. He is a presence across time and space. And initially, I don't think there was a lot of story in 14, so we didn't know who he was. But I believe it's implied that he was brought by the time loop made when those from the past tried to do their time loop thing, because he's across time and space. And when he dies, when he's killed off at the end of 14, that's what kind of blows open timelines and allows dead characters to be revived. So even though it initially feels like bringing all the characters for KoF 15 back to life is out of the ass hole, and it kind of is, they try to link it to those from the past saga, and I can kind of admire that. It still feels a little weird.
It was them more or less trying to retcon everything, wasn't it?
Right. Except that it's just that he's kind of like, Verse ends up being kind of a MacGuffin, and then we end up seeing him again in 15, but we will get to that. So even though they have a few different characters that are from other series, this will probably go relatively quick. So, ladies, we've got 14 or 15 characters. We'll start with the list that I have on there. Sylvie Paula. What the absolute fuck? Just kind of weird fucking pop star thing. Weird fucking... Okay. Look at that fucking design, dude. Look at that shit, man. What the fuck, man? I love you, SNK, but what the fuck is Sylvie Paula, man? What the hell? Oh, hey, Frank, fix your website. I love your website, Frank. I love you when you're on Triple KO with Matt McMuscles and Maximilian Dude and Justin Wong but we're finding a few broken things here, man. But what the fucking giant eyeballs? Okay, now, I'm gonna give you one guess. What organization do you think Sylvie Paula is part of?
An evil one.
Which evil? You're gonna have to narrow it down. This is King of Fighters.
I don't know.
She's part of Nest's cartel, the guys from 99 to 2001 that were making all the fucking clones of Kyo. She's there's always Frank. Fucking thank you, Frank. You put it better. There's always this character that makes you say this character was not made for me. What the absolute? She's like a Harley Quinn psycho version of Athena with those fucking eyeballs.
No. Horseplay says it. Horseplay in chat says it better. She was designed off of the pop idol Kayari Pamu. Do you remember her?
No, but I'll find out.
You don't remember her.
Oh, let's see.
Do you remember the song Pom Pom Pon?
Oh, that was her?
Yep, that was her.
I got pictures on the screen right now, but even looking at her, that's not even as extreme as whatever the fuck this is, man.
No, she has some wild outfits. If you go onto YouTube, like her music videos, there is one that was it Pon Pon Pon, where she danced out in the. Oh yeah, it was Pon Pon Pon, where she had the eyeballs on her skirt. But I could have sworn she had a headpiece or a hair piece that did have eyeballs on it. Was it one of her later songs?
No, the eyeballs are in the music video, just not on her headpiece. You see, even this isn't as extreme as whatever Sylvie's got going. What's that?
Oh, the music song. She also did Riri Bang Bang, or Ninja Riri Bang Bang. She did a lot of catchy songs. I wondered, is she still? I mean, I know she's still doing stuff. But not nearly as much, is she?
So there is a directed. Okay, I can see it. This outfit, I can see her relations to Sylvie Paula. But seriously, man, standing on its own merits, what the absolute fuck? I don't know if you have a different edition, but I'm putting her in. I feel like she's a D tier. What do you think?
I don't know anything about the character. I can't say one way or another.
Right. So yeah, she throws lightning, she does goofy rhymes, and she's part of the Nest's fucking cartel.
Okay.
Okay, so like I said, we'll probably end up going through 14 and 15 pretty fast because neither of us played them. They're just relatively snap judgments. So
I may have played 15.
Let's see.
Because I don't believe I played 14, but I may have played 15.
14 was interesting because they had, like, I believe 50 plus characters, but the graphics weren't really that good at the beginning, even though it was the first 3D. So it did help the company come back a bit.
Yeah. Okay, because it was their first 3D, so I ended up, because it was right in that, because that was the area where everything was transitioning to 3D, wasn't it?
Right. Like even Street Fighter was doing it.
Yeah, I think I skipped everything from that 3D era out of spite. I'm like, this looks like shit. Where are my pixels? Fuck you all.
Yeah. The type of person who buy the remasters when they put them out on Steam. So we're just probably gonna whip. We are gonna encounter a few familiar faces. They threw out a ton of new characters to see if anything would stick. Before we get to the rest of the characters, I do want to show you the hero of the quote-unquote new saga. just so you can get a frame of reference for what this story is about. Let's see, where is he? SHU. Shune, yeah. This is the hero of the 1415 saga. He's a member of the he's from China. He's a manipulator of illusions. He's kind of a does not give a fuck. Like, I don't think he's as bad as K Prime in not giving a fuck.
Okay.
But his design is both boring and kind of cluttered at the same time. He's kind of antisocial, and he can summon a giant red and a giant blue hand, which are part of, I believe, the plot. Yeah, this is your hero for 14 and 15, and ostensibly 16. I don't fucking know.
Was this during the age where everyone was trying to get to break into the Chinese market? So they started pandering to China with Chinese characters.
I will show you the next character in our list, and you can tell me. This is Mian, a member of in 14, a woman who battles using traditional Chinese dancing art of the Sichuanese opera.
Oh dear God.
Yeah. About the only thing I found interesting her is that she's got like 3 or 4 different masks, and she can switch masks during a fight. But she's got a real nervous streak, and that she's a real kind of nervous person without the mask. Which of course they play up when they put her in the remake of Gals Fighters, and everyone is supposed to be in sexy outfits. But that's what she looks like without the mask.
I remember her because I remember the Gals Fighters. Because I remember she was actually pretty cute in the skimpy outfits.
Yeah, but unfortunately in 14 you don't see that. She's fully covered, and she got the various different masks. So, and I know they don't have as many animations of the 14 and 15 characters. I'm just hoping I don't drop... I just want to check, because I don't know if these big chunky animations are gonna... I dropped some frames today so far. I dropped 0.7% dropped frames. Fuck.
Apparently Mian was an air character. So Horseplay says he likes Mian a lot. Chinese opera design, air superiority character with lots of dive kicks, like Seth. She has 10 masks that she's always swapping in between in-game.
Oh, you see her doing it with the super here. It's kind of neat. It's kind of a neat, but I don't know. Do the masks actually play into the mechanic?
Probably not. It's probably just
well, here, this artwork right here, you see a whole bunch of different masks.
There's probably some cultural aspect there, though, which I do not know.
Well, I think it's kind of it is an interesting look, and it's kind of interesting to have a woman who is so shy literally hiding behind masks while she fights. But it looks kind of a busy design.
That's almost like a Gap Moe. Like she's like super recluse and like really, really shy, and then all of a sudden she puts on the mask and she becomes just like this massive opposite.
Right. But yeah, definitely a Chinese, like her and Shunai, definitely for the Chinese market. But although I do kind of like how the mask came out. Every time her hand covers her face, the mask changes. That's cool. So, like I said, now I don't think either of us have played a ton of 14 or 15. I haven't played either of them.
I do not remember any of these characters. I only remember the skimpy outfit because I played the girl game, the gal game.
Yeah, the remake of Gal Spider.
Bonkers off the wall. I was like, oh, yeah, I gotta play that.
So, just for how interesting the mask concept is, I don't know, I'd maybe put her at a BC. Just for the concept.
I mean, maybe C.
Maybe C. Yeah, with like Momoko,
yeah,
because like that's down there with Momoko and the Yo-Yo Girl, just kind of one-note characters. Like, the mask thing is cool, but it's just not a whole lot past that.
Yeah, because, like, as chat says, like, SNK threw a lot of shit at the wall with the new characters, but... only 4 of them came back?
Yeah, Gong Il did not come back. Rook did not come back. Mion did not come back. I think they forced, they kind of shoehorned Kukri in, only because Kukri's the final boss of the girls' game. A lot of characters did not come back, because the 14 roster was really fucking bloated. In fact, that leads into the next character.
So 14 was like their version of Soul Calibur 5. It was just bad.
It wasn't horrible, but there was just a lot of stuff that didn't work. Like, there was an entire South American team. There was a ninja, a boxer, and this woman. Their next person, Zarina. Now, Zarina has kind of a bit of a fan base. She's with the South American team. I'll just briefly show you who else she's with. This boxer guy, and this wannabe ninja guy.
Oh, those are bad designs.
Yeah, but she's more interesting. Like, you can see
she's
a lot of Laura from Street Fighter V in her.
I think they're trying. I think they're drawing upon Street Fighter and Tekken.
I don't think she's capoeira though.
I can see a lot of Christy Montiero in this.
Yeah, definitely. Right down to the color scheme.
I can see a lot of Christy Montiero in that.
What the fuck is this is Zarina's animations, but it's Sylvie Paula. What the fuck is that shit, dude? Hey Frank, we found another. What, considering that there are literally thousands upon thousands of profiles here, finding just 1 or 2 or 3 fuck ups, that's really good. Frank does a really, really good job. But I don't know. It's like one of the characters who leans on her sexiness more than anything. She's interesting. I like the Toucan. The Toucan is cool. But I
like her from a design perspective. I just know nothing about her.
Yeah, neither do I.
At this point, I'm just drawing upon her, like, because I remember all the Latin American Street Fighter characters, and I remember the Tekken characters. So
yeah.
I can see where they were drawing influences from, and they almost like it. They hit they hit it, but they missed it at the same time.
Yeah. Especially it doesn't have that her 2 partners are so boring. And the entire South American team, like, they hinted that they're experimenting on them, that the Nest Cartel's experimenting on them, but they didn't come back in 15 yet. Although it's still possible with DLC they could come back. So I would personally,
if they do,
I would personally put her
B and C.
Yeah, because she's not as one note as like Mion or Momoko.
Yeah,
but she's not as interesting
unique.
as Elizabeth Blantorch. I'd say definitely BC.
Yeah, because she is unique enough to where, because fighting game, especially KoF, is big in South and Central America. So I can see them bringing her back.
Do not choose Rugal. This old 2002 meme. Do not choose Rugal, or they just might beat the crap out of you.
Because I can see them bringing her back, probably with a new design though.
Is Arena's bubbly with the bubbly butt doesn't do much because the whole team was. Yeah, that's what it's saying. The whole South American team they got rid. It feels like what they did with the 1994 sports team. It was the neat concept, but then they just got rid of like. It's weird that the sports team was 2 out of 3 of them were African American characters, and they disappeared after '94. And then you got the South American team that was also benched. I don't know, man.
That's because if you have bad designs or bad, even if you have a good design but the character's personality is shit, it is it. You're just gonna not succeed.
Yeah, I think that's probably why one of the reasons like Mei Li hasn't come back yet, because there was the neat idea that the rider type, but they didn't do a whole lot. But one character from 14 who did come back for 15 is Luan. She's another Taekwondo character. She was, and it's actually kind of interesting. She was introduced in 14 with Kim and Gang Il, who was like Kim's mentor. But now she's more than she seems.
Yeah,
she's some kind of secret agent, and she was in the secret agent team in 15.
Yeah, I remember her. I distinctly remember her, but that's only because I remember her from the
Gal Fighters. Yeah, like they,
yes,
they put.
That's the only reason why I remember her.
You almost wonder if some of the characters from 14 were only made to go into the remake of Gals Fighters, especially consider that Kukri is the final boss. But I do like her design. I do think she is quite interesting, and of course she is Taekwondo.
She has a strong, almost like. Do you know who Zenji is from Dynasty Warriors?
It doesn't sound familiar. How do you spell that?
It's Zenji.
Zenji. I got that all kinds of wrong. Oh, Zhenji.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And she should be.
Oh, I see it. I definitely see the comparison.
So it's almost like they have.
Yeah.
Like that type of character, but almost like but mixed with Ada Wong.
Right. From Resident Evil, right?
So yeah. So I love her design. I know nothing about her from 14 and maybe 15, but I know enough about her from the Lady Fighter game.
So essentially, I don't think that they've gone too much into her aspect yet. But 16 is gonna, I believe 16 is supposed to conclude the Shunai storyline, because KoF, when it's story games, it's always groups of 3. Basically, 14, she was brought in as a friend of Kim's family, but in 15, you find out she's like a super spy or something. So it does kind of a little bit of evolution from game to game, and the kind of femme fatale aspect, actually not just being sexy for no reason, does go into her character too. So I do think it's kind of interesting. I would say somewhere between B and BC.
I would say maybe okay. You know what? Where are we gonna put her?
I would say B or BC.
I would say B.
Yeah, B up with Elizabeth Blantorch and whipping all of them.
Yeah, because I could see them bringing her back a lot further than, or a lot closer than the other ones.
Yeah, well, they did.
Because she has that it thing.
Yeah, and they did bring her back, and they gave her somewhat more of a story. Like that's the trap a lot of these fighting games that have been around forever fall into. That they just have a ton of characters just to be there. They actually gave her a little something to do in 14 and 15. So you know that they do have interest in her. And like I said, she actually came back for 15. They dumped a lot of the 14 characters like we're not getting fucking what's his name? We're not getting fucking Xanadu back. Like he was in 14, he didn't go back, man. This fucking
what?
Guy.
Why is he baby rocking?
Nobody knows.
I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna ask.
I believe a quick rundown. He's a criminal he teamed with Chang and Choi in 14, and it's supposed to be batshit insane. But the trick is that the visions he has do lead somewhat into KOF 15's final boss. So it's maybe this old crazy man wasn't crazy after all. But yeah, they dump him really fucking quick. Nobody. Xanadu is a fucking joke, man. Oh shit! I closed the page. That's fine. I'll just go back to our project and pull up the next URL. Because I think we're almost done.
Prisoner, but he might actually know what's going on in the verse.
Right. Yeah. If you remember his super move, horseplay, where he sees the light, the zooming light in his super, one could assume that he's seeing a Tomaraga.
Huh.
So, but yeah, it's just from a gameplay standpoint, it's not much. But
I love that aspect of it. Like it's that character that knows like that knows like the universe and what's going on, and is just kind of relegated to being there. But they know everything that's going on.
Kind of a precursor to what's coming.
Yeah, it's kind of in the same way like the Riddler knows who Batman's secret identity is. Right. Like they're always like there's always that character. There's always that character. So I have a feeling that Xanadu, if rewritten and redesigned, could actually be a really cool character to see in the future.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of potential in 14, but they just threw so many. I believe it was 50 plus characters at the wall before DLC that they just have they're just too much choice, and a lot of them just weren't that interesting.
Yeah, because Horseplay was brought that up. It's like the problem with KOF is that it has too many already popular characters. Why waste money making new characters when you can bring back the old favorites for what people would pay more?
Yeah, it's like with Street Fighter 4 and 5, like nobody remembers Necalli. Nobody remembers El Fuerte. People vaguely remember Rufus, but they do remember a couple of the hits like Jury. And personally, I like G. Always good. Yeah, but I think Maximilian Dude said it about Street Fighter 6. One of the reasons Street Fighter 6 resonates is that people love the new characters too, like Muscle Mommy, Marissa, and Luke is fine. I still like Ryu as a pro tag, but Luke is okay. Although really in Street Fighter 6 you are the pro tag because you get to make your own character and everything. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. I think that's the best thing that you can probably hope for in a fighting game is when you bring out a new cast. You're like, you know what? I like the old cast, but they're fine. Because at least with that, you got a foot in. Like you could build on this character.
It's not like the old band going out and playing all their old hits, all the old hits everyone wants to hear, and occasionally playing a couple of new songs from the album. Usually the new songs don't do too well unless it's something like really special.
Yeah. I'm actually wondering about that. Because what do you think the future of fighting games would be? Like fighting game roster? Because
luckily with DLC and being able to add one or two characters at a time, you can do so much. You can play both sides of the aisle. Because if people don't like something, they just won't buy that character. And that's kind of what they're doing with Strive. They're bringing back old characters like Dizzy and Venom. And then they're bringing new characters like the guy from the TV show. And then they even had that one woman from Cyberpunk as a guest character. So instead of the old days, where you just have to buy new versions of the same game over and over and over again, you could just get little bits, little downloads to the existing game. And that's great until you get to the greedy motherfuckers who just wall off stuff that used to be free and used to be basic and make you pay for it bit by bit.
Yeah. But that's not what I was talking about.
Right.
What I meant is like, because our generation is like the last of the old guys that, I mean, there are probably some that are older, older generation that grew up with a lot of this fighting games. So what happens when everyone, like all the old people, are now gone, and it's the new guys that grew up with the new characters?
Well, then,
like, what would a future fighting roster be in that case?
well, the thing is, unfortunately, like unlike with the '90s, with the internet, everything is stored and everything easily is accessible. So the new generations will have access to the older stuff, and they will be able to see it.
What I mean is like let's say a new generation that came up with like Luke. Would Luke become the new Ryu?
Oh,
And they're like, oh, I like Ryu, but Luke is my guy. You know?
well, you got to be careful about that because I believe they tried that in 4 with Abel, and that did not
Okay.
take at all. Yeah, Abel was supposed to be the main character in 4, and no one fucking remembers him now. So a good character will shine through no matter what, but if it tanks, like I think Alex was supposed to be the main character in 3, but not a lot of people like him, but he's not as iconic as Ryu was.
Okay, that makes sense.
Although you want to talk about iconic characters, after almost like 20 years or so, King of Fighters 14, they give us Nakaruru. The legendary Nakaruru from the icon of Samurai Showdown becomes playable in, and they don't just shoehorn her in; they actually make her part of the story. Because Verse, that weird anomaly of time and space, she comes in from the Samurai Showdown era with a couple other characters to hunt him down. So they actually, instead of just shoehorning her in, they actually tried to make her part of the main narrative. So that's cool because she is an absolutely iconic character for the Samurai Showdown era. But with the blade and the hawk and the wolf and everything, I don't know how well she fits in the King of Fighters. Because it still, even with the story hook, it still feels like she's kind of shoehorned in.
Yeah, she blends in, but okay. Do you know who Mina Nakajima is?
I'm not familiar.
From Samurai Showdown.
Oh yeah, the girl with the arrows and the little champy.
Yeah, the arrow girl that is annoying as hell to fight unless you are playing another one.
Right.
Because of her rain of arrows. I loved her. I found her to be even more iconic. Because everyone knows Mina Nakajima. I would actually prefer her over her.
Right. But as I said, as much as I love the design of the character, I don't know how much it actually fits in King of Fighters because the actual weapon users in KOF are few and far between. Billy Khan with his stick, which was a holdover from Fatal Fury, and there's Whip with her whip, and so I don't know. Like as a character, I really think like she's A tier. But as far as being in KOF as a KOF character, I'd say maybe A B if not B, just because of how much she sticks out.
I'll say A B, yeah.
All right,
fun. I like her. She's one of those holdovers from Samurai Showdown. I want there to be a good Samurai Showdown in the future. I want there to be the bloody finishers back. I want like a true to form Samurai Showdown.
Well, I believe 2019 ended up adding those. But yeah, 2019. From what I've heard, 2019 was really good, and it had a long life. Like they added characters for a few years, and I guess that's the kind of life support system you can have for these modern fighting games that have been around for a long time. You can drip feed the old characters back.
Okay.
Nakaruru is one of the most popular Samcho characters in Japan. Makes sense in KOF. Fun fact, horseplay. Did you know this? this is not her first appearance in any KOF game. Like, we're only going by the main timeline, the main games. Her first appearance in any KOF game was in King of Fighters 95 for the Game Boy. Yeah, I owned KOF 95 for the Game Boy, and she was a special hidden guest character in that. That was a
Huh.
it was a very neat special thing. But even back then in '95, I knew she just kind of didn't fit in. Although seeing her two partners, you might understand a little bit more why she's in the game, and I'll show her two partners next. If I can go back to the main page. Gotta go back.
I think it feels weird to have her in like a canonical King KOF fighter, because the Samurai Showdown fighting game is such a different and unique and brutal, especially brutal by comparison. It was basically like Japan's version of Mortal Kombat. So
Right.
it'd be much the same way. Like, would you have like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat be canonical? It is a I still love it. I still love my Samurai Showdown, but I can definitely see why you're like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's great that she's there, but it also. But when we get to the end of 15, you'll see there were a lot of weird fucking choices that went on. I also want to.
You gotta play Samurai Showdown 2019 then.
2019 is good. I also want to slow down just a little bit because I'm on the '97 soundtrack right now, and they're playing Iori Yagami actually sings a song on the '97 soundtrack, and I would have put it on one of my karaoke's if there was a clean version. Although I think Grubb said that if I wanted to, he would be able to do some magic and get me a he make use technology to rip the vocals out of a song. Grubb's a real homie. Grubb
Yeah.
is a friend of this collective that Kara and I are based on called FlaVR. And I was going to go ahead and talk a little bit more about FlaVR at the end of the show, just to let people know who may hear. Like I invited people from the Fighters Generation to check out the stream. So anyone who doesn't know about FlaVR itself, when we were done here, I would go ahead and talk about that as well. Let them know. Let them know why Tom Waits is voicing a woman standing next to a guy voicing another woman. It's deeper than Atlantis, baby. But yeah, the real reason Nakaruru is in may make more sense when you see her partners. This is the first one, Mui Mui. About as generic a Chinese character as you can get. And the reason she's here is she is from SNK's Pachinko series. Dragon Martial Arts Clan, Dragon Blood, can transform to an adult, etc. But yeah, they put her in here because she's a patchy slot character. Or, I'm not sure if it's patchy shot or just Pachinko. But as much as I hate to say it, this is fucking one of the more boring designs I've ever seen.
Yeah, like I said, like if once you start seeing the patterns of the like the stereotype characters, then you basically see them as one note.
Yeah, plus the fact that she is there because she was during that really dark period where SNK had to do a lot of pachinko just to survive, and she is a pachinko character. Immediately wants me. I just want to immediately put her in D tier.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
And then there's her, and then there is her partner, Loveheart, who is also a fucking pachinko character. So
Didn't
I think maybe did Nakaruru have a pachinko team?
no,
Or pachinko
wasn't she
club.
in a fighting game? Didn't they put her in a fight? I remember her. I could have sworn they had her in a fighting game. Love Heart.
no. Nakaruru has her own. So Nakaruru has a pachinko machine. Mew Mew has a pachinko machine. Love Heart has a pachinko machine. This is the fucking pachinko team, man. You may be confusing. I think you're confusing Love Heart with Ruby Heart from Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This is
Oh, okay.
this is just a pale imitation of Ruby Heart. Absolute ripoff. Main protagonist of SNK's Pachinko series Skylove. She's
They also had they also had Love Heart in SNK Heroines.
Yeah, well, pretty much every female character in 14 was in Heroines. I think they used the same engine. But yeah, it's like, and I don't think they. It burns my fucking ass that it essentially just looks like a ripoff of Ruby Heart. It's a character I really liked and really thought was done well. And it's another fucking patchy slot character. So I'm just tempted to put this in the D tier as well.
I kind of want to put her in above because of SNK Heroines.
Well, fair enough. We'll CD then with Foxy and Shizuru. But yeah, there's an entire fucking team in that's how bloated the roster of 14 was. They had an entire team of pachinko slot characters. And now going to what's in a minute. We're getting. Yeah, she's next. Alice Nakata,
Alice.
and I have in my notes Terry Bogard with boobs, and then I have in the next line of my notes not that Terry Bogard with boobs, because they literally had Terry Bogard with boobs and Gals Fighters.
Yeah.
And you know, she also appeared in a fucking pachinko. You have 4 pachinko characters in 14. That's how bloated the fucking roster was, man. Alice follows Terry around, cheering from his friends, so she's like a little fanboy for Terry Bogard. Here's a fun fact. But apparently she was around for a really, really long time.
Yeah, she was actually really good.
Yeah, for 94-95, the developers had plans to put Alice to replace Mai in Fatal Fury 3, but the idea was later scrapped. Regardless, though, she does make various cameos. So,
yeah, if she replaced Mai, she would be hated.
Especially if Terry was still in the game too.
Yeah.
Basically, and Frank here hits the nail on the fucking head. She is to Terry Bogard what Sakura is to Ryu.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that.
Where she's just straight up obsessed with him. Look, Frank just put an idle animation. That's it.
I remember her. Was she 14 or was she 15?
She was 14. They haven't brought. I don't think they brought any of the patchy. No, they didn't bring any of the patchy slot characters back for 15. And instead of putting her in Gals Fighters, they literally just did Terry Bogard with boobs.
It's like, cause I remember her.
So
I thought I loved her design, and I think when I saw her move list, she looked very fun to play because she was very bouncy and moved around a lot.
Yeah, she is kind of like a cute version of Terry Bogard, but like just kind of the whole Sakura thing is just kind of obsessed with them. But she does have a lot more personality on her own than the other 2 patchy slot characters. So, since you've actually played her in Gals Fighters, where would you put her on the list?
Okay. I don't quite know because this is where it starts to get.
I would personally, I would put her on the C tier because C tier kind of seems to be designs aren't bad, but they're kind of one note, like Zhang Fei and Mion and the Yo-Yo Girl. She's Terry Bogard with boobs, and there's not a whole lot above that, past that. Would you say that? Would you agree?
No,
Maybe
'cause
move her
I
up to
think that
BC.
no, I think she actually has. Yeah, I would say either B or BC because she does have potential. Because if they invested more into her, I have a feeling that she can be a really nice rushdown character.
Right.
Where like
Because Terry's a great
filled with
rushdown
energy. Because
character.
it's much the same way like her. Yeah. Because it like she does really weird moves, like really weird move set where she's all in a lot
It's
of
not.
ways
It's
she's like
not.
almost like a
It's
drunken
not
boxer
completely like
because
Terry.
yeah, it's not completely like Terry. It's like it's whereas Terry's more like 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 well, not stoic like a wall. Like you're he has some movement, but you're not gonna Terry Bogard is like the boring but practical. Like you're Captain Falcon type of character.
Right.
You're not gonna have a bad time with Terry. Whereas I think that it was summed up best. It was like she is the Sakura to Ryu. So she has potential. It's just they need to like bring her out, dust her off, and do all that.
Right. So she does. Yeah, but like, I prefer they have her than just do give Terry Bogard boobs again, because it's the that's what they did with the Iori in the original Gal Fighters, and then they brought him back with Miss X, where there's a question of whether it is really him or whether it's Iori with boobs. I think we talked about this originally when we were talking about this idea. If I had an idea for every time, or if I had a nickel for every time they just gave a guy boobs and put him in uh, gals fighters, I'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
I I I I think they actually are like full on gender bent characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the gals
Well, the
fighter
funny thing about if you
thing.
remember Iori, um, that they had quote unquote classic and new versions for the Switch, and it's hilarious because the new
Yeah.
version was a legitimate woman with a female VA, and then the male was just fucking Iori in a dress. So horseplay.
Do
Naj, yeah, he's reading
do
a
they
little
have
bit ahead.
a
But yeah, we're next up is Naj, and I thought Naj. Technically, Naj should not be on this list because she was a DLC character in both of her creations. But I do like her story that she was actually a character, and yeah, horseplay is absolutely correct. She's a winner from a design contest that hosted in the Middle East. Uh, she
huh?
uh, she is quite neat because I believe that's why she has the hood and everything. She's kind of the
Yeah, I like that
vigilante of
design.
justice.
I like her design. I like her design a lot.
A little bit.
Like
It's not your traditional Middle Eastern type of thing. It's kind of a little bit of a Lovecraftian bent to it. I like it. But like I said,
those looking
she wasn't
over
with the
though.
core cast. She was more of a she was the DLC in both games. That's why there's almost nothing on her. It's just a couple of pictures and the design document for her. So she has not had much of an
Oh,
appearance.
that's sad
Yeah, so she does have,
because
like I said, she does have potential because even though she won the contest in 14, they did bring her back for 15.
yes,
Also, Alice fights with a bunch of moves from other Fatal Fury characters. So she's like Slick from Samurai Showdown. She just got a whole
yeah, that's
mishmash
why I
of
said like
moves.
like Alice has potential. Like she has really solid potential to be something. And
And I think Naj has potential too. Like I've seen her in action. But like there's only a couple pictures on the website. I would go ahead and maybe put her at a B. Like nothing as iconic on the A B tier, but the story of how she's a winner of a contest and how they did bring her back for 15, I think that would put her in B tier with Alice.
yeah, Yeah, I like her as well because it's almost as if they drew inspiration directly from like Assassin's Creed, but mixed it with something like other little styles. Because I like her design.
Plus, I also
But
like whenever the companies actually listen to the fans
yes,
and we get the fan input.
because you don't really see that nowadays anymore. I just wish there was more about her.
So believe it or not, that was a massive. I wouldn't say it's a slog, but that all those that was new characters from King of Fighters 14. I believe 14 itself had more than most of the eras. So don't worry, we're almost done. If you don't mind, I think we'll skip the maximum impact characters. I can feel myself kind of fading as it is. We've been going for like 4 hours now, I believe, and I got work tomorrow. And that
you're not used to the endurance stream, are you?
no, I'm fucking not, senpai. Although I've been having a lot of fun with it. I do like I wanted to bring on someone who may have not been as familiar with KOF as I am, because it's always fun to get their opinion as well. Because I know you are familiar with it, but maybe not as familiar.
I'm not as familiar with the lore.
It's like it's always kind of fun to see them connect things, like how you've connected it with other interests that you have. Like my mother, Mama Splatts, she likes soap operas, so she actually loved when I told her the story behind the Mishima family in Tekken.
Oh,
Because that's just one big fucking soap opera right there, man. Okay, so we're getting towards the home stretch. We got like 5 characters left. We are now in. Oh, Theo, she's in maximum impact regulation age.
Yeah, I know. I saw Theo in there.
Yeah, sorry, but like I said, we're just this is just going to be extra innings. I didn't know this is going to take that long, and this is actually works out because I've been playing classic KOF music in the background, 94, 95, 96, 97, and this will probably take us right through 98. So okay. That's perfect. So Ilsla, there she is. So this is the new hotness in KOF 15. As boring as Shuni was with his design, I really like Isla. Because she's kind of Shuni's rival / love interest. But her story is a lot more interesting. Like, she was like an orphan, and while Shuni has the power to control his hands, hers just kind of appear. And she's cool because she also does, like, you see the mask here, her specials, like Kimberly and 6, involve hitting people with spray paint and shit. So I think, as opposed to Shuni, whose design is really just kind of busy, I think hers works. I think Isla's works a lot better.
I think she honestly looks like a what is it called? Those what is that thing called? The spray paint artist people.
Yeah, the whole Jet Set Radio type of thing.
Yes, thank you.
And she does literally use spray paints in her attacks. Her special, I believe. Plus, there's the whole fact about how the hands, the magical hands that float around her, they're not just there for show, they're for plot. They actually play into her background where she was an orphan and her phantom hands, kind of helped console her and help her out in her life. And she named her hands Amanda. So that's already an S tier character right there. But no, I do like. I love fucking Jet Set Radio, man. Jet Set Radio had great music and a great aesthetic, and you know this aesthetic is good because they focus Street Fighter 6 around a lot of things. She would fit in.
Yeah, she would.
She would fit in Street Fighter 6 a lot more than Mai Shiranui would, even with the floating hands thing.
Yeah, but Mai is iconic. So if you want the King of Fighters character, you're probably not going to go with Isla.
I totally
even though she has a really nice design, you're going to go for someone that's actually been on the bench or like been on the roster for a lot longer.
Yeah, Mai and Terry were the right picks, but as far as where she lands, God. I kind of want to put her in the A tier with like Vice.
Yeah, I see that
Because
design-wise, she's really nice.
not only is her design cool, but you would see that design come back in other games. Like even the Bomb Funk game that came out, that was kind of a spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio. That type of aesthetic is in, and she makes it. I'd argue that she looks cooler than Kimberly from Six because Kimberly in Six is just a ninja, and they try to shoehorn the urban spray paint aesthetic into it. This one, it actually makes sense for the character.
Yeah.
So just
everything about her just like has that really cool design. I just like that.
And she's cool in motion too. Okay, so next up is the quote unquote hero team, or the rival team that could kind of be considered a hero team, was her and Hidairn, who's still around for some reason. And then, where is she? Dolores. There she is, Dolores. Also introduced in 15.
Oh! Yeah, I remember this character.
Now, Dolores, I do like how she looks and how she plays, but she serves somewhat of an important role in that. So Verse gets killed off, and then that like fucks around with time and space and shit, and that's why everyone's coming back to life. But it's not only previous characters that we loved coming back to life. Dolores died, I believe, sometime around King of Fighters 14, but she was one of the waves of people who was revived when with the whole Verse thing. So she's trying to figure out her own mystery of her own revival. I will tell you that the design is kind of busy. I kind of like it, but I kind of don't.
The design is all over the place. Design is all over the place.
Yeah, it's like with Isla, it all works. With this one, I don't know.
Yeah, well, with Isla, she has that that almost like that there's a specific name for that style. It's like the urban style, like or almost like Shinjuku or
yeah,
like it's that distinct style. I forgot what it was called, but there's a specific style for that.
Kind of a kind of street style.
Yeah, it's basically a street / urban style, but it's also taking like the gas mask and everything else. It is like straight out of like Shinjuku style or something similar to that.
Right.
But this,
Well, I believe where they're going for her, and you kind of saw it with how Xanadu was designed in 14.
Yes.
I believe as far as where the story takes place, major story beats are supposed to take place in like Africa. So her and Kukri, I believe she's either Kukri's mother or Kukri's mentor. But she actually doesn't play, so I don't know. I love like Isla, but I'm in the middle of the road of this. Like,
no, I do not like her design. I think she
it's an absolute better
as a mage or something else. Like,
well, it's funny if it's funny that you bring that up, because wait until you see the final boss of the game.
Okay.
But yeah, where would you put Dolores?
Too much of her is wrong in the bad way. Like if they wanted the tattoos to work, they could have gone with. Have you ever seen Disney's Atlantis?
A long time. Oh yeah, that girl with the blue dress. Yeah, I remember that.
They could have gone with that. They could have ditched the dreads and gave her long hair, gave her like a hat, any degree of a hat to go with the glasses,
or even a robe like Kukri. Some kind of cohesion between those two characters.
And even Horseplay says that she had a long jacket, apparently in one of her concepts. I would say this is probably low. I don't like this at all. There's nothing here that I like.
It's not unforgivable like just fucking Maki Kagura. I'd probably say like maybe CD.
Maybe yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's too much there that's just not. None of it.
It's just not cohesive. Like with Isla,
No,
it all makes sense. With this, it's just kind of thrown together.
I mean, it's nothing like massively eye offensive like the Concord game. I don't know if you saw that.
I was there for part of your. I think I rated into you when you were doing the Concord
Yeah,
game, and
I
that
think
was
you did.
that was fucking weird.
That was it's not that bad, but it's like I wonder what would happen if that character was designed in today's modern age, because that design would probably be a lot worse, which is sad and scary at the same time. And it's probably for that reason alone. It's like that it doesn't hit, it doesn't.
Right.
It's alarm bells.
Yeah, you got to be careful, especially when trying to introduce new characters, and she is going to be a main character, I believe, because of her ties to Verse. So before we get to the next to final boss and final boss, we'll go ahead and skip ahead to the DLC. Darlie Dagger. This is one of the characters from Samurai Showdown 2019. She was brought in. It's a DLC team. It's Nakaruru, Haomaru, and her. And I tell you, you know my preferences, Senpai. You know I'm into big, jacked, muscular women. And Darlie ticks off so many boxes for me. She just gives no fucks, but she's a good person. Look at that fucking axe, man. But then again, that goes to the same thing with Nakaruru. She's awesome, but I don't know how she fits in King of Fighters, because I think she fights with the giant axe.
Realistically, yes, she does. I forgot where she is.
She's a pirate. She's also a pirate.
Yeah. I'm forgetting what her background was, because she has a big ass axe that's similar to that of like the Aztecs use, but obsidian, it's like steel and iron rather than obsidian.
Right.
She's one of those weird characters where so much of her could be put into a Monster Hunter game as well.
Yeah, it's like, and you'll see this when we get to the final boss of 15. She's awesome, but I don't know how well she fits into KoF. Apparently, she is one of the. It looks like they put her in because she's one of the new characters that was introduced in 2019. So they put her next to Nakaruru and Haomaru. Apparently not much where she watched the Shore Island at an early age. Carpenters taught her how to make things. Pirates taught her how to protect herself and survive. So she's a pirate with a heart of gold, kinda. But she's still a pirate.
I wish I knew more about her, because she seems like she would be cool. But she's from that era or that age where I did not play any of the Samurai Showdown. I want to like her because it's Samurai Showdown, but at the same time, I don't know nearly enough. I don't.
Well, I
want to know.
Well, I do like the character. I do like the design. I would probably put her in.
It is nice to see a buff character, a buff female character.
She's cool, but I wouldn't say she's iconic. So I would go ahead and put her in B, because Nakaruru is in A, B.
No, but Nakaruru is she's beloved by Japan.
Right. No, I'm saying Nakaruru is A, B. I'd say maybe Darlie is B, maybe BC.
I'd put BC. Because do I see her as up there with Alice? Where they can do something with her?
In Samurai Showdown, yes, but in King of Fighters, I'd have to say no. And that's if we were just as a character, period, Nakaruru would be S tier. But King of Fighters, it just wouldn't fit. Now
that's where I'm I want to see more of her, but at the same time, I was do I see them investing in her in the same regard as other characters?
Yeah, I want to see a lot more of her, but I want to see a lot more of her in Samurai Showdown.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Okay, so we're almost done. Don't worry, senpai. So final boss of 14. Let's see if you remember or you can guess. This guy's name is Verse. So they killed him off, broke the time period, and then in 15, he comes back after taking another host. Can you guess what his name is in 15? His name is Verse.
Either Verse or Versey.
Reverse. He's Verse, and then he's Reverse. What the fuck, SNK? I love you, SNK, but what the fuck was this shit? He's Verse, and now he's Reverse. Except that now it's a woman, because spoiler alert, even though this game's been out for, I believe, a couple years, he took over Isla. That's why she has the purple hair. That's why she has the purple hands. That's why I believe you could beat the game.
That's why she has the gas mask.
As Isla's team or as Shuni's team. And you know they want Shuni to be the hero you choose because it's Shuni, his sleepy buddy Mataikun, and then for some reason they're fighting with Benimaru Nakaido, Kyo's friend since 1994. They shoehorn him. And so they're like in 14, Shunai is teaming with Tung Furu. In 15, he's teaming with Benimaru. They're really trying to make you like this fucking guy. And I just don't. I like Isla better. And I like...
Yeah, Isla's a lot better.
I like Reverse's design a lot better than Verse's. Because not only is it cool in and of itself, it's kind of an Aztec type of look. But you pointed it out. You see elements of Isla who he is possessing with the gas mask in the hands. It's essentially a rule. Oh, good. They got animations for this one. And the thing that really gets me to is it looks like she actually plays a lot like Leona Hedern or Orochi Leona.
Yeah.
Which is an extra point for her.
That leg swipe could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Especially right from an opener. So, okay, that's actually really cool because if you're going against her from a fighting game perspective, you know that is probably going to be an opener right there.
Right.
That attack.
Plus she's the sub-boss, so you know she's a lot more powerful, too.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking, like, if this was a normal character roster pick,
right, then
you know that one of those attacks are right up there. So which means that you have to open up with a back kick or a flying back, like a flying back kick or a flying back punch, or you have to just disengage completely.
Or if you're lucky enough to be like old school Terry Bogard and have like a ground projectile.
Yeah.
Which for what they do and how they
you don't really see many of those.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep talking over you. Like I said, I think there is a delay with the OBS. But for what they try to do with her and how there are actually elements of Isla in Reverse, I would go ahead and say I would go ahead and put it in B tier. With like Whip and Elizabeth Brantorch and all of them, because it takes a boring fucking character like Verse and makes it interesting.
I like it. I like that. I think the design could use some work. But I genuinely like it, especially with the moveset, because from that moveset it could. I can see it going really aggressive.
Yeah. Plus, it's not just a rehash of Isla. Like, Orochi Leona was kind of a rehash of Leona with slightly different moves. This is actually a different moveset. And I believe it's different from Versus moveset as well. Alright, last one. She is the sub-boss of 15. Now we're going to look at the final boss. Prepare your eyes.
Okay. Oh!
What the shit? This isn't the Final Fantasy, or this isn't King of Fighters boss. This is a Final Fantasy boss. For all the weird shit we've seen in King of Fighters over the year, you talk about stuff not fitting. I really feel like this just does not fit in the series.
It looks like a golem version of Hatsune Miku.
Yeah, with the long crystal hair and
long crystal squintails.
Yeah, she's the final boss. Speaks in a tongue humans cannot understand. Uses crystals to attack her opponent. Can transform. Basically, she's there at the end of the world. Like, we don't know 100% who or what she is yet, because, like I said, 15 is the middle of this story arc and will probably be resolved in 16. But I don't fucking know about this one, man. Like, seeing her in action, it's not much different. But just looking at her, and this is maybe this may be an old roadkill yells at Cloud, but you look at guys like Rugal or Gainix or even like fucking Ignis, maybe not Ignis, fuck Ignis, but Orochi, and she's supposed to be like the first female final boss in a mainline KOF game, and it's just it's like Dolores doesn't match. This definitely doesn't match for me.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the problem, is that where do you define like a villain look like? Because you have to have like what Tekken. Tekken had, what's his name? Heihachi as a villain. They also had Demon. What was his name?
One was Heihachi.
Because he was like,
two was kid. Yeah. 2 was Devil Kazuya. 3 was Ogre and True Ogre. Tag was Unknown, my waifu. 4 was Kazuya again, I think. No, 4 was Heihachi again. 5 was who was 5? I know 6 was Azazel. 5 was, I don't remember. 7 was
Ogre
Kazuya.
from Tekken.
But yeah, it's like
thank you, Horseplay.
Horseplay, I just want to take a moment to shout out Horseplay. I know like almost no one else has been in the chat right now except Horseplay, but he keeps the home fires burning. I much appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Jinpachi, yeah. Heihachi's grandpa. Or Heihachi's daddy. How could I forget about him? It's like Jinpachi deserves so much better justice for Jinpachi. Jinpachi did nothing wrong.
I'm just trying to think of like where, because it like this whole design, like where do you get like a female villain? Because you can't really do much other than making like a big muscle out, roided out like thing.
Well, I'll show you. I'll show you what SNK has done in the past for a female final boss. One of my favorite final bosses of all time. From where is she? Mizuchi Rashojin. Yeah, there she is. Mizuchi Rashojin. The corrupt priestess. Final boss of 2, and I believe 5 special. You see, her aesthetic kind of fits the whole series, but there is something more ominous about her, especially since you're fighting her and it's kind of like hell. She got the long nails and everything that make her creepy, but it still makes sense in the world of Samurai Showdown. In fact, I kind of wish they'd bring her back. Like,
that
I
would
think
be nice, because
she makes a cameo in the Samurai Showdown teams ending in 15, but I'd like to see them actually bring her back.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that you're going to Samurai Showdown.
Right. But
I'm talking about like I'm like talking about like from a character design perspective from a King of Fighters game. Like what could there be for a female villain?
Yeah,
because you have to go.
weird.
you'd have to go with the new Tekken female character. What was her name?
Reina Mishima.
Was it Reina?
Yeah, who we all thought
Yes!
was the reincarnation of Hiachi, and then no, Hiachi's actually still alive. So fuck Tekken.
Yeah. But you have to go to like that. Like you have to go either Reina or you have to go with like maybe Jury to get like female villain status.
Aki was kind of good. Aki in sixes, but goes a little bit too far, a little bit too extreme with the psycho. Because I believe she's supposed to supplant Fang. Let me see.
Because I'm thinking even Soul Calibur. Because there's one. Where is? I completely forgot her name. But it was. She has. Was it Tira? Yeah, it was Tira. Even Tira from Soul Calibur is. She equips as like this gigantic chakram circular blade, but she's essentially a one note of Harley Quinn.
Right. And I believe in the later game she actually looks like Harley Quinn.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Because Tira Soul Calibur, yeah, she looks. Oh yeah, she just. Yeah, they don't even hide it. Like before, she was like you can see some resemblance, but not entirely. And then, yeah, she goes full on Harley Quinn, doesn't she?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what sells. You see Harley everywhere, but I did like older school Tira better.
Yeah, old. I still love Tira though, but like they're outside of being like a crazy psycho Manhera bitch. What would you go with a King of Fighters game?
Well, I almost want to do something like maybe dressed up like Vice and Mature, but maybe the powers of both and maybe other type of Orochi powers, like some kind of true Hierophant of Orochi, some true follower. So she has a similar look, but more powerful. Or if you go with Nest,
Okay, you know.
the Nest team, we're supposed to be, I believe, sub-bosses in 01.
Okay, you know what? I can actually see Vice. Because there's one picture in here where she looks like, the one where she's bowing. Like she looks
like she's hunched over.
Yeah, because she looks villainous there. So
like,
they did just a slight redesign to give her like boss level like clothes.
Or even better, imagine if they did the thing like they did with Julie and Jury in Alpha 3, and you had to fight both Vice and Mature at once.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, you would go through one, and then you have to go through the empowered version of the other.
Okay.
Or technically, because it would be a duel, you could probably fight the originals, and then they go into the Orochi mode for the second wave.
Right. And that's kind of what Atoma Raga does. You fight her, like, she's extremely cheap. Back in the day when boss characters were really fucking boss characters in the arcades, she would have been super hard, but she's so slow and just stands there for so long it's easy to beat her. But when towards the end she recovers a little health and turns red, but it's the same stuff generally. Like it's something.
Question...
Oops. Yes. Sir.
Oh, the real question is, how do you one up verse a fire rock monster? You answer with a crystal rock monster.
I think they one up the verse with reverse. Like that would have been fine. Because it is Ilsa being possessed. Although, if you think of like Orochi Leona, they did that. Orochi Leona and Orochi Oyori in '97, characters we know and love, getting possessed by something. So where would you put Rock Candy Head in all of this?
I think wasn't it? Yeah, it was Seth. It was Seth. Seth from Street Fighter. Do you remember Seth from Street Fighter?
Yeah, I remember male Seth from 4 and female Seth from 5. That
Yes.
was a massive blow.
That's what I'm getting. But it's almost like a worse version of Seth, because at least Seth was kind of based off the fan, or one of the was it no, it wasn't the fan. It was one of the competition people, wasn't he?
I think he was based off one of those Shoto boards from the Street Fighter movie.
Wasn't he named off, or like there was? I could have sworn there was like inspiration, or he was named after one of the competition winners.
I'm not familiar with that. Just quickly,
unless I'm like mass.
Just quickly, I'll go ahead. I would put her in the CD, because it's not like stupid or offensively bad as Maki Kagura, but it's still like nothing special. I would put her CD tier.
He may or may not be named Seth Killian. So okay, I think that is his name. I think wrong thing. Because I swear that it's based off of fighting game. Years active 2004. Oh yeah, he was a fighting tournaments champion. 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15, 15, 18, 19. So now, oh no, wait, he's a commentator. I had it wrong completely. I thought he was an actual competitor. He actually is a competitor. He was 2004 as a competitor.
Well, a lot of them do
He's
both. Like Justin Wong, probably the greatest fighting game professional out there today, does a lot of commentary as well.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Because Total Biscuit used to play StarCraft, and then he went into commentary. I'm sensing a pattern here.
But yeah, here we got Seth 4, Seth 5.
That. But it's much in the same way like that, like Seth. It is.
Yeah, but at least with Seth, at least in Street Fighter 4, he did the
Street Fighter. It makes sense.
He did the Doral thing of actually ripping off other characters' moves, where Otoma Raga, she just attacks you with her hair.
Yeah, but it's just in Street Fighter, because Street Fighter is just so wacky, bonkers, like almost comically so. This makes sense, but it's still one of those when people saw Seth initially, they're like, "What the hell is that?"
Right.
And there was more confusion. There was no hatred towards it. It was confusion because like this is the big bad, and I don't know where to put that character. Because when I think King of Fighters, I'm not thinking like a Crystal Maiden.
Right. Well, I put her on CD, like with Dolores and Foxy, just characters that don't really work out. Like, I don't think she's D tier. At least it's something original, but it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't make sense. At least with Reverse, there is that tie to Isla. But Otoma Raga, I put her on the CD tier. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say that, because I could definitely see what you're saying. Because at least with Isla and Verse, you have like Verse is a weird character where it's just like maybe, but then you have like it being like some sort of what was it, soul or demon, ancient god or demon that possesses people. You're like, okay, this is starting to make a little bit more sense. And then once because it connects better, and it makes sense even for the KoF things, because technically you could beat Reverse and you could free Isla,
right?
So you can free Isla from the possession,
and then you just kind of get sucked into Otoma Raga's universe with very little In fact, I believe in the ending of 15, while Shani is trying to hold on to Isla and save her, Otomoraga starts talking, but you don't understand what she's saying. So she could be explaining it. It's basically a big fucking cliffhanger, which makes sense because
Yeah.
not counting the All Star Battle of the Network All Stars games, each episode of King of Fighters is 3 episodes. The Orochi Saga was 94, 95, 97. My body. Prologue was 94. Orochi Saga was 95, 96, 97. Nest was 99, 2000, 2001. Those from the past was 2003, 11, and 12. And no, 2003, 11, and 13. And then now the Shani Saga is 14 and 15. So when 16 finally comes out, then maybe we'll get some answers.
Well, okay, I've got a question.
Right.
This is the midway, right?
What do you mean?
We're currently in the middle of a saga, right?
Right. The 16 would, if they're going with the same convention, 16 would be the end of the saga.
Can you bring up that character again?
Otomoraga?
And could you compare? Yeah. I just had like because going upon the possession theory, what if that character is Mion?
Mion?
Yeah. The masked girl, right?
Well, I kind of see what you're going. Oh yeah, her. I don't know. I kind of don't see it. I see what you're aiming for, but if it's gonna be another character that was possessed, I'd almost say it was Dolores.
Dolores, okay.
So, I don't know. I kind of don't see it. Oh, are you talking about like the hair wing things?
Yes, that right there. Because if you look at the crystal headpiece, they are not actually connected to her head. It is. It's almost like she's wearing it as a mantle.
Right.
Now that granted, this is me just like massively speculating, but it makes more sense for it to be a possession, like a godlike being possessing a mortal coil.
Right.
Because as Horseplay said, like there in KoF, it is regularly to where like mortal beings are fighting godlike beings.
Well, I think
so it makes zero sense.
Well, this may be a little bit of metagaming, but I do remember in the cutscenes for 15, Dolores talking about how Otomoraga was the goddess of wisdom. So I believe she's actually tied to the goings on. Hold on. It's 100% Dolores. Look at her thigh. It's the same.
Oh.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
You cracked the fucking case, Horseplay. and it's the perfect time, too, because the King of Fighters 98 soundtrack just ended. So instead of starting like the 99, I know we're kind of wrapping up, but that is the tier. I will go ahead and post the actual picture for the tier list on my Twitter as soon as we wrap here. But I just do want to thank you for hanging out with me and sharing my love of King of Fighters for like 5 fucking hours.
Thank you for having me.
It just absolutely flew by. I fucking swear, man. Doing what you love.
It really did. Like you came up with the idea for the whole, King of Fighters thing during the was it the 30th anniversary?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna let you have this because it's a really good idea, and I know you wanted it to be on my channel, but it's just like, no, I can't take that from you.
I do deeply appreciate it, Senpai. Like I said, and also I wanted to do this to celebrate the FightersGeneration.com. I've been using the site for so many years, over a decade. It's just look at all the shit that we were able to do and all the information we were able to find on one website, like even we were talking about other games that had nothing to do with KOF, all on the same website. And it's not just the character depository. You get the news here, and there's a ton of hold up. Yeah, I heard about this. It's coming out September. What's this? What's this? Capcom Fighting Collection 2.
Oh, that could be good.
Oh shit! Project Justice.
Collection.
Fucking Project Justice, man. I've been waiting for this to be playable for a long damn time. This is Rival Schools, but with more characters. Holy
her.
shit.
I
Tiffany, yeah.
Yeah.
Project Justice.
I played this ages ago. I completely forgot what the game was called.
Oh, dude, it's got CVS 1, CVS 2, Capcom. Fuck Capcom and Fighting Evolution. Fuck that dog shit. Alpha 3 Upper, man. I was playing Alpha 3 on a stream recently with the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, and I was pissed off that they didn't have Alpha 3 Upper because some of my mains, like DJ and Guile, were an Upper. But they finally put it in here too, and
unfortunately, it's not going to have RPG mode.
That's fine.
Are they cutting stuff? Are they cutting stuff? Horseplay, are they cutting stuff?
They got.
It's the arcade port.
Well, you can understand. Like, I think that's what they're doing for the Marvel vs. Capcom one. They're doing the arcade ports as well. Power Stone, fucking Power Stone and Power Stone 2, and of course, Max is gonna nut here in this, but all 8 games feature rollback netcode. So, I'm so depressed though because I don't have the fucking money right now to get the Marvel vs. Capcom collection, and it comes out in like 2 fucking weeks. But I will cheer everyone else on. I will maybe pick up a couple extra shifts at the Solve mines. I will earn it because we've been waiting for that for like 15 fucking years, and it's a great time. It's a great time to be a fan of fighting games right now, man. With City of the Wolves. Yeah.
For a while there, it's just been kind of stagnating, like almost like not necessarily flatline, but it has been just kind of there. It almost like on life support. It's kind of like in the like and everything out, like Call of Duty, Halo, all this stuff is like on life support at the moment. So it is the whole like it's not dead. It's not dead, but there's certain genres that are just not there yet.
What the fuck is this? I'm listening, senpai, but I'm also going over the news on the page.
That's Mortal Kombat.
And there's a new So they got the 3 robot ninjas, the dude from Scream, which is just a human being with a knife, Conan the Barbarian, and the T-1000.
Yep. That's Mortal Kombat.
I think I'll stick with the King of Fighters. Cara Malone.
Did you not see all the other characters from Mortal Kombat? Did you not see Arnold Schwarzenegger? Did you not see, what was it, Rambo?
I gave up after they put Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator in one of the wrestling games. But yeah, I understand it. Like they put Freddy and Jason in previous ones, but that's the fucking Scream. And it's not even. He's not even a character. It's a different murderer every Scream, I believe. So, who is he supposed to be? Are there going to be different downloadable versions for each of the killers in each of them? What the fuck? I don't know. I'm sticking with SNK. Do you have the Karai Core URL? I want to just go ahead and show that briefly in case we add any fans here from the Fighters generation looking. Like, not the Discord, but like the actual website itself.
Not offhand, no. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh no, wrong dude. Dude. Dude.
You're fucking up your Dudes live in 4K, senpai. Or no, it's my stream, so it's live in 720p.
Was it this?
I think it's like flavor.karaikor or something.
Yep, I found it. Got it. There you go.
All right.
Or should I put that in chat? Oh no, I think you have to put it in chat.
I was gonna put it on screen. Also.
Oh, okay.
So since we're done for the night, like I said, I will go ahead and post the tier list on my channel after the stream. But for anyone who's here from the Fighters Generation or from any of the many hashtags I put up here, I just want to tell you a little bit about our organization called FlaVR. FlaVR is a weird fucking thing, and I love it. What we are is how we started. Well, I think they did like a comprehensive history here. There we go. I'll just take it right from here. We had. I thought that text. No, that's just links. What we are is we started.
Oh, you're talking about the old one. The old one.
What we are is we started with a artist by the name of Pipkin Pippa of Phase Connect. Originally, she had an AI stream where she created characters for using novel AI, I believe it was. And she created characters like Meta Vanilla, Senna Bonbon, Loli May, Paprika. And she didn't even think about doing anything with them. It was just having fun making characters. And then all of a sudden, people took these characters and fucking ran with them, man. It was fucking great. It was a shit post, and people were posting as these characters, and we all thought it was just going to be a joke. But people really took it and ran with it, man. Senna Bonbon, she's a huge name now. Nyana Banana, formerly known as Nyana 69, I believe it is.
Yeah, Nyana's the bigger one.
She's also
the much bigger name.
But she's got her start in FlaVR. And it eventually took a life of its own to the point where, just like Pippa created characters, fans of FlaVR created characters. And Cara Malone, me and Cara Malone were created by fans of FlaVR. Your design is a little bit more adheres to the original. I took a lot more liberties with mine, but that's the great thing about FlaVR. You can even bring your own ass over if you want to, as long as you're streaming under the FlaVR tag and willing to learn. It's become its own thing, and people who have never even heard of Pipkin Pippa are getting into FlaVR. It's just so much creative freedom. It's a great place to learn. So I hope I'm not pissing anyone off by breach and containment. But I've spoken for like 5 fucking hours tonight about how much I love SNK. I want to talk about just a little about how much I love FlaVR. And this is our quote unquote group. It's not like a traditional generation where they just bring them out. It's like these are just all a bunch of people who joined at relatively the same time. There's Grub, a Buttersoft voice, very chill guy. Lulu, Dino Girl, who plays PS1 games, very cool. Cara Malone, Cosmic Caramel, plays a lot of gacha games and a lot of waifus, and then there's this.
I play a lot of different games.
Yeah, and then there's this dumb bitch. Don't worry about that. FlaVR, man, it's a fucking trip. It's the little shitpost that could. We became legit through the love of the craft, through the love of VTubing, and I hope that love.
Magic and then memes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
the memes became real.
Yeah, and I hope that we have been able to translate this love to you tonight. So before we go, Senpai, is there anything you'd like to plug?
I have Fallout tomorrow or Fallout London. It
Fallout.
seems to be stable. There was an update, so it seems that it's going to be stable and there's going to be a lot less crashes. So
Thanks,
here's
what?
fingers crossed that the piracy in Fallout London continues.
Well, let's hope that there's a lot more Radaway too, because you had a fucking problem with that.
I have, yeah.
As
Fallout
for me,
London is brutal.
As for me, I do apologize for the overlap, but there's so many great talents and flavor that you can't help but overlap. I will be working on my retro gaming chops tomorrow, showing you Tombs and Treasure for the NES. But my big stream of the week is on Saturday. I call it Splatter Day because I'm Amanda Splatts. Fuck you. Splatter Day is going to be the weird, bizarre retro game Dr. Lunatic Supreme with Cheese. And then we can all chill on Sunday as I continue West of Loathing. I am a V singer. I did do karaoke yesterday. But
What is that game?
West of Loathing?
Oh, the Dr. Lunatic game.
Dr. Lunatic Supreme with Cheese. It's a very, very weird game. Like, mechanically, it's like a little bit like Binding of Isaac. Not like there's weapons and stuff, but like you're just a dude with hammers throwing stuff. It's a top down shooter. But it tries to go on its weird. Its basic selling point is that it's got around 1,200 levels.
Oh.
So we're probably not going to complete it on Saturday, but you know it's a fucking project. Just like Flavor the Project. And the Amanda Splatts Project is a project. Thank you for sharing this time with me, Senpai. It's been great.
Thank you for having me.
It's an honor. And don't worry about the fucking cactus, chat. We know who he is. He's cool. He's cool. Kara Senpai, you're cool.
Thank you.
Shout out to fucking Horseplay, man. You are the Street Fighter EX collection. I don't know, man. With Akira holding the rights to the EX layer, I think there may be some bad blood there. So I'd love to see it happen, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. I just stick with fighting EX layer. But yeah, that's Guero the Cactus. He is a Hierophant. Check out my channel to know more, even though he's only had one stream of his own. But yeah, that's Flavor. That is the celebration of King of Fighters. It has been nearly 5 hours, and I ran out of water at hour 2, so my mouth is fucked.
Oh, come on! If you need water or something like that, you could have, because you don't want to play around with that.
Well, we're gonna go cut in a couple minutes. I'll go ahead and replenish myself then. It has been an honor to chill out with you, have you there. Like I said, Horseplay is by far the most active in the chat. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for assist. Are you on Horseplay? Are you on the Discord? Because like we're still a little private about publicly showing the link to the Discord because I believe things are still in progress right now. Like I've been told, we don't flash it around for some reason. But if you want the Discord Horseplay, you've been a real homie. I would give you the link privately. So we're gonna wrap it up here. We celebrated the King of Fighters, listened to arranged soundtracks 94 through 98. I didn't drop a whole bunch of fucking frames, so I'm happy with myself. Kara, I forgot, even though we just streamed together like fucking the last. And I do apologize again because Kara had a thing going called Witcher Wednesdays, but the last 3 Wednesdays have been some sort of collab with me. So
no, each Wednesday has been a collab with someone. So it's not just you. It's at this point, for some reason all my collabs happen on a Wednesday. It always happen on a Wednesday. So it's just like at this point, it might as well just be a joke that Witcher is just never gonna be finished.
Well, I will release you back to the masses because you are the world's cosmic caramel. But I do hope we can do something like this again sometime, and you deserve the bump for it. So next time we'll see about doing something on your channel. Just remember, my
Cool.
laptop is a piece of shit, so it's not like we can play Tower Unite or anything. But hey, we make do out here in the desert, out here in the salt flats.
Okay.
I do thank you for everything. Kara, outro, please.
I don't have an outro. So, as always, thanks for joining. Otsukara.
Otsuka. And thank you so much for putting up with my shit for 5 hours. I am Amanda. I am your faithful Amanda Splatts, and this is the Amanda Splatts Project. Good night.
Good night.